I've never told this story outside my immediate family, but what happened during that hunting trip in Mud Springs back in '82 still haunts me to this day. I was 14 then, on what was supposed to be just another deer hunting trip with my dad, grandpa, and the Hendersons from next door. We'd been going to that same spot in New Mexico for years. It was kind of our annual tradition. But that October changed everything. The day started normal enough. We'd driven up in our old Chevy pickup, pulling our camping trailer behind us. The Hendersons followed in their truck. It was one of those perfect fall days in New Mexico, crisp mountain air, aspen leaves turning gold, that kind of weather that makes you glad to be alive. We set up our base camp near an old logging road, about 15 miles from the nearest paved road. The spot was perfect, tucked away in a small clearing with the mountains rising up behind us. I remember being excited because Dad had finally let me bring my own rifle that year, a Remington .243 I'd been practicing with all summer. The plan was to spend 3 days hunting, maybe get a couple of deer for the freezer. Simple enough. We'd done it dozens of times before. The weird stuff started on our second night. We'd had a decent day of hunting, hadn't bagged anything yet, but we'd seen plenty of sign. Everyone was tired, so we turned in early, around 8:30 p.m. Dad and I were in our trailer, Grandpa was in his tent, and the Hendersons were in their camper about 30 yards away. I was almost asleep when the first thump hit the side of our trailer. At first I thought it was just a branch falling or something, but then it came again. Thump. Harder this time. Deliberate. Like someone was hitting the trailer with their fist, except the sound was too solid, too powerful for a human hand. I sat up in my bunk, and I could see Dad was already awake, sitting perfectly still, listening. Thump, thump, thump. The hits moved along the side of the trailer, from back to front, like whatever it was walking alongside us. Each impact made the whole trailer shudder. I remember the windows rattling in their frames. Dad reached for his flashlight, but before he could turn it on, the thumping stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. It was like everything in the forest had gone dead quiet. No crickets, no night birds, nothing. Just this heavy, waiting kind of silence that pressed against your ears. Dad whispered for me to stay put and grabbed his rifle. He was about to open the door when we heard it, a scream that turned my blood to ice. It came from the direction of the mountains, maybe half a mile away. I've spent my whole life in the outdoors, heard every kind of animal you can imagine, but this was different. It started low, almost like a person moaning, then rose to this horrible shrieking sound that seemed to go on forever. It wasn't a mountain lion. I'd heard those before. It wasn't an elk or a bear or anything else that should have been in those mountains. I could hear movement outside. Grandpa and the Hendersons were up too. Mr. Henderson was calling out, asking if we'd heard that. Dad grabbed his rifle and went outside to talk to them. I wanted to follow, but he ordered me to stay in the trailer. Through the window I could see them all standing in a circle, talking in low voices, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. They decided to check the perimeter of our camp. I watched as their lights moved through the trees, scanning the underbrush. They were out there maybe 15 minutes before coming back. They didn't find anything, no tracks, no broken branches, nothing that shouldn't have been there. But I could tell by the way they were acting that they were spooked. These weren't city folks who jumped at every twig snap. These were experienced outdoorsmen who'd spent their lives in the wilderness. Nobody slept much after that. We kept hearing movement in the woods around us, branches cracking, the sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush. But whatever it was stayed just outside the reach of our flashlights. The screams came twice more that night, each time from a different direction, like whatever was making them was circling our camp. The last one was so close it seemed to shake the air inside the trailer. I remember pressing myself into the corner of my bunk, trying to make myself as small as possible, watching Dad standing by the window with his rifle ready. When morning finally came, we found footprints. Not deer tracks or bear prints. These were huge, human-like prints pressed deep into the soft earth around our campsite. They were at least 16 inches long, with 5 distinct toes. The stride length between them was massive, easily twice what a person could make. Dad and Mr. Henderson tried to follow them, but they disappeared into rocky ground about 100 yards from camp. We cut our trip short and packed up that morning. Nobody wanted to admit it, but we were all scared. The whole time we were breaking camp, I had this feeling of being watched. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck when someone's staring at you? It was like that, but worse. Every few minutes we'd hear branches snapping in the forest, always just out of sight. It wasn't until about a month later that it all clicked. I was watching TV with Dad, some documentary about unexplained phenomena, when they played a recording of alleged Bigfoot calls. Dad and I just looked at each other. The sounds were identical to what we'd heard that night in Mud Springs. Same pitch, same modulation, everything. It was like someone had taken a recording from our campsite and played it on the TV. We went back the next year, more out of stubbornness than anything else. We heard the screams again, but they were distant, echoing from deep in the mountains. We haven't been back since. I heard they closed that area to hunting a few years later, supposedly because of problems with poachers, but I've always wondered if there was more to it. I'm 56 now, and I've spent plenty of time in the outdoors since then. I've hunted all over the country, been in some pretty remote places, but I've never heard anything like those screams again, never felt that same sense of absolute terror. Sometimes when I'm camping and the night gets really quiet, my mind goes back to that trailer in Mud Springs, and I find myself listening for those thumps against the wall. I don't know what was out there that night. I'm not claiming it was Bigfoot or anything else specific. All I know is that something was in those woods with us, something big, something intelligent, and something that shouldn't have been there. And sometimes, late at night, I still wonder if it's out there in those mountains, waiting for the next group of hunters to venture too far into its territory. Story 2. Let me start by saying I'm an experienced hunter. I've spent countless nights in the Colorado wilderness, dealt with bears, mountain lions, and all sorts of wildlife. What we encountered that night in October 2009 was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist. Mike and I had been planning this hunting trip for months. We'd heard Grand Mesa was prime territory for elk that season, and we'd gotten all our permits in order. The plan was simple: drive up Thursday afternoon, set up camp near one of the lakes, and spend the weekend hunting. We'd done this dozens of times before. We arrived at the mesa around 4 p.m. The weather was perfect for October, crisp but not too cold, maybe mid-50s, with just a light breeze. We found a decent spot about 200 yards from Alexander Lake, sheltered by some pine trees. The area was pretty remote, which was exactly what we wanted. The closest campers we could see were probably a mile away on the other side of the lake. Setting up camp was routine. We had our two-man tent, basic supplies, our rifles, my Remington 700 and Mike's Winchester, and enough food for 3 days. Everything felt normal. The sun was starting to set behind the mesa, and we got a small fire going to cook some dinner. Just two friends bullshitting about work, family, and life while eating heated-up chili from a can. Nothing could have prepared us for what was about to happen. It started around 8:30 p.m. We were sitting by the fire having a couple of beers when we heard it. At first, it was just a single cry from across the lake, something between a howl and a scream. I've heard elk bugling, coyotes howling, even mountain lions screaming, but this was different. It was deeper, more guttural, but also somehow more human-like. The sound echoed across the water, and I remember Mike and I just looking at each other, both trying to figure out what the hell we'd just heard. "What was that?" Mike asked, his voice already tense. Before I could answer, we heard it again, louder this time. Then another cry joined it, like they were calling to each other. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. These weren't animal sounds I was familiar with, and I've been hunting these mountains my whole life. We killed the fire and grabbed our rifles. Standard procedure when you hear something unusual. Better safe than sorry. The moon was nearly full, so we had decent visibility across the lake. That's when things got worse. The screams started getting more frequent, and they seemed to be moving. Not just around the lake, but closer to our side. They had this rhythm to them, like call and response, but with multiple voices now. Some were those deep, guttural howls. Others were higher-pitched shrieks that made my skin crawl. The way they echoed off the mesa walls made it hard to pinpoint exactly where they were coming from. Mike suggested we fire a warning shot, thinking it might be bears or mountain lions. I aimed my rifle straight up and fired once. The sound echoed across the lake, and for about 30 seconds, everything went dead silent. That silence was almost worse than the screams. Then it started again, but this time it was different. The screams became more agitated, more aggressive, and they were definitely getting closer. We could hear branches breaking in the forest across the lake, and something large moving through the underbrush. The sounds were coming from multiple directions now, like we were being surrounded. That's when we heard the splash. Something was in the water, and from the sound of it, something big. The moon's reflection on the lake's surface was broken by ripples, but we couldn't make out what was causing them. The screams were so close now that they seemed to vibrate in my chest. I've never felt fear like that before. It was primal, visceral. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run. Mike was shaking beside me, and I could see his knuckles were white from gripping his rifle. We had ammunition, we had weapons, but somehow I knew they wouldn't be enough against whatever was out there. The breaking point came when we heard heavy footsteps in the tree line behind our camp. Whatever it was huge. Each step made the ground vibrate slightly. Then we caught a smell, this overwhelming putrid odor like rotting meat mixed with wet dog. It was so strong it made my eyes water. That's when Mike whispered, "We need to get the fuck out of here." He was right. We grabbed our rifles and car keys, leaving everything else behind. The tent, our supplies, everything. We didn't even take time to pack. The Jeep was parked about 50 yards away, and those were the longest 50 yards of my life. As we backed away from the camp, the footsteps got closer. In the moonlight, I saw something move between the trees, something massive, way bigger than a bear. I couldn't make out its shape clearly, but I saw what looked like eyes reflecting the moonlight, too high up to be any normal animal. We made it to the Jeep, jumped in, and I started it up. As I threw it in reverse, we heard the loudest, most terrifying scream yet. It sounded like it came from something right next to the Jeep. Mike was yelling at me to go, and I floored it. We tore out of there so fast we nearly went off the road twice. The whole drive down the mesa, we could hear those screams following us. They finally faded away after about 2 miles, but we didn't stop until we hit the main highway. We drove straight back to Grand Junction in complete silence, both of us trying to process what had just happened. The next day we went back with a group of friends to get our stuff. It was early afternoon, and everything looked different in the daylight. Our campsite was trashed. The tent was torn apart, our supplies scattered everywhere. We found huge footprints in the mud near the lake, bigger than anything I'd ever seen. They were roughly humanoid but massive, easily 16 inches long. Some of our food containers had been crushed like they were made of paper. I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself it was bears or some other wildlife. But then, about 3 years ago, I stumbled across some supposed Bigfoot recordings online. My blood ran cold. Those screams, they were exactly what we heard that night. Exactly the same pattern, the same pitch, everything. A few months later, I read about another hunter who had a similar experience in the same area. He described the same sounds, the same smell. He managed to record some of it on his phone, but he took down the video after getting harassed by skeptics online. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I know. If someone had told me this story 15 years ago, I would have thought they were full of shit or had too much to drink. But I know what I heard that night. I know what I saw. Mike won't even talk about it anymore. He hasn't been hunting since. I still hunt, but never at Grand Mesa and never at night. Sometimes when I'm in the woods and the sun starts to set, I catch myself listening for those screams. The rational part of my brain tells me there has to be some explanation, but deep down, I know what we encountered that night wasn't natural. It wasn't anything that's supposed to exist. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe it if I hadn't lived through it. But I needed to share this. Maybe someone else out there has experienced something similar. All I know is that there are things in those mountains that science can't explain, and sometimes it's better not to go looking for answers. That night changed how I see the world. It's humbling to realize that despite all our technology and knowledge, there are still things out there we can't explain. Things that make you question everything you thought you knew about what's possible and what isn't. Story 3. We were heading up to Denver from New Mexico for a weekend camping trip in the Rockies. It was late March, and the weather was that weird mix of winter and spring you get in Colorado. Jake and I had done this drive probably a dozen times before. We were both working in Santa Fe at the time, and Denver was our go-to escape when we needed a break from the desert. That day started like any other road trip. We left Santa Fe around 6 a.m., trying to beat the traffic and make good time. Jake was driving his old Subaru Forester, not the prettiest car, but it had never let us down. The sunrise was just starting to paint the sky this pale orange color, and there wasn't much traffic on I-25. You know those mornings where everything feels perfectly normal, but something in your gut tells you something's off? That's exactly how it felt. We were somewhere between Trinidad and Pueblo, in that stretch where there's basically nothing but empty fields and occasional farmhouses. The radio was playing some classic rock station that kept cutting in and out, typical for that area. I remember checking my phone and seeing it was around 8:30 a.m. when things got weird. I was half dozing in the passenger seat when I noticed Jake's hands tighten on the steering wheel. It was subtle, but after years of road trips together, you notice these things. I sat up straighter and looked around, thinking maybe a deer was about to cross the highway or something. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, on the right side of the highway near some scrubby bushes, there was something. At first, my brain tried to make it make sense. Maybe it was a lost sheep, a large dog, but none of those explanations fit what I was seeing. This thing was standing upright, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, and it was covered in what looked like white or light grey fur. But its face was dark, almost black, and definitely not animal-like in any way I could recognize. Here's the weird part. Neither Jake nor I said anything at first. We drove past it, both of us dead silent. I kept my eyes glued to the side mirror until we couldn't see it anymore. My heart was pounding, but I didn't want to be the first one to bring it up. What if Jake hadn't seen it? What if I was just tired and my mind was playing tricks on me? About 10 minutes later, Jake pulled into this small gas station, one of those lonely places with a single pump and a tired-looking convenience store. He didn't say anything, just parked and got out. I followed him inside, where he grabbed a coffee and walked to the counter. I got myself a Mountain Dew, trying to act normal but feeling anything but. We went back to the car, and Jake just sat there for a minute staring at his coffee. Finally, he turned to me and said, "Did you—" He didn't even finish the sentence, but I knew exactly what he was asking. "The white thing? By the bushes?" I replied, and I swear I saw relief flood his face. "Oh, thank God," he said. "I thought I was losing my mind." We spent the next hour parked at that gas station, comparing what we'd seen. Our descriptions matched perfectly: the height, the white fur, the dark face. Jake mentioned something I hadn't noticed. He said it seemed to be watching us intently as we drove past, its head turning to follow our car. That detail still gives me chills. The gas station attendant must have thought we were crazy, 2 guys sitting in a parked car gesturing wildly for an hour. But we needed to process what had happened. We both agreed on one thing: whatever we saw, it wasn't natural. It wasn't a known animal. The way it stood, its proportions, that face, nothing about it fit with anything we knew existed. We debated turning back to look for it, but something about that idea felt wrong, really wrong. Like maybe we weren't supposed to see it in the first place, and going back would be pushing our luck. Plus, what would we do if we found it again? Take pictures? Try to catch it? The whole idea seemed insane. We eventually continued our drive to Denver, but the mood had completely changed. We kept scanning the sides of the highway, jumping at every shadow or movement in the brush. That 3-hour drive felt like an eternity. We barely talked, both lost in our own thoughts, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. The camping trip that weekend was a bust. We couldn't focus on anything else, and every noise in the woods had us on edge. We ended up leaving a day early, making some excuse about work to tell our other friends who were meeting us there. For months afterward, Jake and I would occasionally bring it up when we were alone, trying to find some rational explanation. We searched online for similar sightings in the area, but found nothing concrete. We considered reporting it somewhere, but didn't know where to start. Who do you tell about something like this? The police would think we were crazy or drunk. Wildlife services would probably laugh us off. Then, about 5 years later, just a few months ago, I was watching this late-night documentary series about unexplained sightings in Colorado. My blood ran cold when they started talking about a cluster of reports from the I-25 corridor between Trinidad and Pueblo. 3 different people had reported seeing something similar between 2018 and 2020, a small, white-furred creature with a dark face. I immediately called Jake, even though it was almost midnight. He'd seen the same program. We talked for hours that night, reliving every detail of what we'd seen. Having that confirmation, knowing other people had seen it too, was both relieving and terrifying. It meant we weren't crazy, but it also meant that whatever we saw was real. To this day, I can't drive that stretch of I-25 without scanning the roadside. Jake moved to Oregon last year, and I sometimes wonder if that experience had something to do with it. He never said as much, but I know it affected him deeply. It affected both of us. I still don't know what we saw that morning. I'm not claiming it was anything supernatural or alien or whatever, but I know what I saw, and I know Jake saw it too. Whatever it was, it doesn't fit into any category of known animals, and that's what scares me the most. Sometimes I wonder how many other things are out there, just beyond the edge of the highway, just outside our normal field of vision, watching us as we pass by. The worst part is the questions that keep me up at night. Was it alone? Are there more of them? And most disturbing of all, what if it wasn't the first time I'd seen one, but just the first time I was aware enough to notice it? I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Hell, if someone had told me this 5 years ago, I probably wouldn't have believed them either. But I know what I saw, and I know Jake saw it too. That's enough for me. I just needed to share this with someone, anyone who might understand or who might have seen something similar. Because maybe then, I wouldn't feel so alone with this knowledge, this uncertainty that's been gnawing at me for 5 years. To anyone driving I-25 between Trinidad and Pueblo, keep your eyes open. And if you see something that doesn't make sense, something that your brain tries to explain away, well, just know you're not alone. But maybe don't stop to investigate. Some things I've learned are better left unexamined. Story 4. We're experienced campers. My wife Sarah, our 2 kids, Jack, 14, and Emma, 12, and I have been doing this for years. We've encountered bears, dealt with storms, and handled all sorts of wilderness situations. But nothing could have prepared us for what we experienced that night. It started as a typical camping trip. We'd heard great things about Grizzly Creek Canyon from other campers online. Beautiful views, good fishing, not too crowded. We arrived around 2 p.m. on a Saturday in late August. The weather was perfect, mid-70s, with a light breeze. We found a nice spot about 1.5 miles from the main trail, next to a small creek. It was secluded but not too remote, exactly what we wanted. While setting up camp, I noticed something odd. About 50 yards from our site, partially hidden behind some bushes, there was what looked like an abandoned campsite. The tent was collapsed and covered in leaves, like it had been there for months. What really struck me as weird was that all the camping gear was still there. Sleeping bags, cooking equipment, even a cooler. Who leaves all their gear behind? Sarah suggested maybe they had to evacuate quickly due to weather, but everything was laid out in a strange way. Some clothes were hanging from tree branches, stretched out like they were being displayed. It gave me an uneasy feeling, but I tried to shake it off. We're rational people. There had to be a logical explanation. The kids wanted to explore before dinner, so we took a short hike around the area. About 1/4 mile from our camp, we found another abandoned site. This one was even stranger. More clothes strewn about, some looking quite old and weathered. The creepiest part was finding a single hiking boot standing upright in the middle of a small clearing, like someone had just vanished while wearing it. Emma asked if we could go back to camp, and honestly, I was glad she did. We had a normal evening, hot dogs and s'mores around the campfire, telling stories, looking at stars. Around 9:30 p.m., the kids went to bed in their tent, and Sarah and I stayed up by the fire. That's when things started getting weird. The first thing I noticed was the smell. If you've ever been camping, you know there are plenty of natural odors in the wilderness, but this was different. It was a thick, putrid stench that seemed to come out of nowhere, like rotting meat mixed with something musky and wild. Sarah noticed it too and asked if maybe an animal had died nearby. Then we heard it. From somewhere in the darkness beyond our campfire's light came this sound. I've spent countless nights in the wilderness and heard all sorts of animal calls, but this was unlike anything I've ever encountered. It started as a low, guttural growl that turned into something almost like human speech, but distorted and wrong. The closest thing I can compare it to is if someone was trying to imitate human words without understanding what they were saying, but with a voice that was far too deep and resonant to be human. Sarah grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. We sat there frozen, listening as the vocalizations continued. They seemed to be moving around the perimeter of our camp, just outside the light. Whatever was making those sounds was circling us. The kids woke up and called out from their tent, asking what the noise was. I tried to sound calm and told them everything was fine, probably just some animal in the distance. But I could hear the fear in their voices, and honestly, I was terrified myself. I grabbed our bear spray and flashlight, and Sarah got the emergency air horn we always carry. We swept the flashlight beam around the campsite, but the light seemed to be absorbed by an unnaturally thick darkness. The sounds continued for what felt like hours, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always circling. The worst part was when we heard what sounded like our names being mimicked in that same distorted, inhuman voice. It wasn't clear, more like something trying to copy the way we'd called to the kids earlier. That's when Emma started crying, and I knew we had to do something. I fired up our backup propane lantern to get more light and set off the air horn. The sound echoed through the canyon, and for a moment everything went silent. Then we heard heavy footsteps, not like a bear or deer, but bipedal, crashing through the underbrush away from our camp. The stench gradually faded, but none of us slept that night. We sat huddled together, keeping the fire and lantern burning until dawn. When the sun finally rose, I did a careful sweep of the perimeter. Behind a large boulder about 40 yards from our tent, I found an area where something huge had bedded down. The grass was completely flattened in an area about 8 feet long by 4 feet wide. The surrounding plants were broken and twisted in a way that suggested something massive had forced its way through. But what really chills me to this day was finding one of Emma's hair ties, which had been hanging to dry on a line near our tent, carefully placed on a branch near that bedding area. It hadn't blown there. It was deliberately positioned at about 8 feet high, well above what I could reach without stretching. We packed up and left immediately. On our way out, we passed 2 more abandoned campsites we hadn't noticed on our way in. They were in the same condition as the others, gear left behind, clothes hanging in trees. It was like we had stumbled into some kind of pattern we weren't meant to notice. I reported everything to the park rangers, but they just took some notes and said they'd look into it. They seemed uncomfortable when I described the vocalizations and the bedding area. One of them mentioned they'd had similar reports from that section of the canyon but wouldn't elaborate. We've gone camping since then, but never at Grizzly Creek. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I can still hear that voice, that terrible attempt at human speech that wasn't quite right. I've researched everything I can think of. Bears, mountain lions, known phenomena, but nothing explains what we experienced. I've thought about going back with better equipment and cameras to document everything, but every time I consider it, I remember that something out there in those woods knew our names, understood enough about us to mimic our voices, and was intelligent enough to leave that hair tie where we'd find it. Some questions are better left unanswered. The weirdest thing? About a month after our experience, I was looking through local hiking forums and found a thread about Grizzly Creek Canyon. Someone had posted photos of abandoned camping gear they'd found scattered through the same area. In one of the photos, hanging from a tree branch, was a jacket that looked exactly like the one Sarah had been wearing that night. Except we still have her jacket at home. Same style, same color, same brand. I showed Sarah the photo, and she went pale. We don't talk about it anymore. I still check those forums sometimes, and every few months there's another report from Grizzly Creek. Strange sounds, unexplained smells, abandoned camps. I want to warn people, but how do you explain something like this without sounding crazy? All I know is that something is out there, something that's learned to watch us, study us, and maybe even try to communicate in its own twisted way. And it's getting better at it. Story 5. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Even typing this makes my hands shake a bit, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened last October at Mountain Creek Lodge in northern Washington state. I still can't explain what we saw that night, and it's been haunting me ever since. My boyfriend Tom and I had been planning this trip for weeks. His brother Mike had just gone through a rough breakup, so we invited him along, thinking some time away from everything would do him good. The lodge was pretty remote, about 3 hours from Seattle, deep in the Cascades. We'd found it through some camping blog that praised its isolation and authentic wilderness experience. No cell service, minimal electricity, just the basics. Perfect for disconnecting, or so we thought. We arrived late afternoon on a Friday. The drive up was beautiful but nerve-wracking. The last hour was all narrow dirt roads winding through dense forest. The lodge itself was this rustic 2-story cabin built sometime in the 1950s, with this massive stone chimney that dominated one side of the building. Pete, the caretaker, met us at the main office. He was this weathered old guy, probably in his 70s, who'd apparently been maintaining the property for decades. While checking us in, Pete kept emphasizing the house rules. Don't wander too far after dark, keep food stored properly because of bears, and always keep the cabin doors locked at night. At the time, I remember thinking he was being overly cautious. Now I wish we'd asked him more questions about why he was so insistent about these things. The cabin was actually pretty nice inside. All knotty pine walls, basic but clean furniture, a decent kitchen. The stone fireplace was the centerpiece, taking up most of the living room wall. Tom and Mike immediately started bringing in our supplies while I got the kitchen organized. We brought enough food for 3 days, mostly stuff that was easy to cook. Pasta, canned goods, snacks. The plan was to do some hiking, maybe try fishing in the nearby creek, just decompress. Everything was fine until after dinner. We'd made spaghetti, had some wine, and were just sitting around the fireplace playing cards. It was probably around 9:30 p.m. The temperature had dropped considerably. You could feel the cold seeping in through the windows. That's when Mike first noticed something was off. He kept glancing at the window, saying he thought he saw movement outside. Tom and I didn't think much of it at first. Probably just branches moving in the wind, we said. But Mike seemed really unsettled. He got up and pulled back the curtain to get a better look. I'll never forget the way his face changed. All the color just drained away. He stumbled backward, knocking over his chair. Tom jumped up to steady him, asking what was wrong. Mike just pointed at the window, his hand shaking. That's when we saw it too. There was something massive leaning against the stone chimney outside. At first my brain tried to make sense of it as a bear, but it wasn't a bear. It was too tall, too wrong. The thing had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. Its body was completely black, not just dark, but like it was absorbing the light around it. The proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, hanging almost to the ground, and its head... God, its head was huge and somehow misshapen. We all froze. Nobody dared move or even breathe too loud. The creature wasn't doing anything, just standing there, pressed against the chimney like it was trying to feel the warmth from our fire through the stone. I remember thinking absurdly that it looked cold, the way it was huddled there. Then we heard it. This sound that I still can't properly describe. It came from somewhere in the center of the campground, maybe a few 100 yards away. It started as this low rumble, almost like distant thunder, but then it changed into something that sounded almost like singing, but not human singing. It was deep and resonant and completely wrong, like someone had recorded normal singing and played it backward at half speed. The sound made my teeth hurt and my stomach turn. Tom grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. Mike had backed up against the far wall, his eyes huge. The sound went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. When it finally stopped, the silence felt even worse. We looked back at the window, and the thing by the chimney was gone. Just gone. There was no movement, no sound of it leaving, nothing. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. None of us moved for probably 20 minutes. We just stood there, staring at the window, waiting to see if it would come back. Finally, Tom managed to get his voice working and suggested we all move away from the windows. We huddled in the center of the living room, turned off all the lights except one small lamp, and just waited. The rest of the night was torture. We heard more sounds, not the singing again, thank God, but other things. Heavy footsteps circling the cabin, occasional thumps against the walls. Once, something scraped against the roof so hard it sounded like the ceiling might cave in. None of us slept. We just sat there, barely breathing, until dawn. As soon as it was light enough, we packed our stuff and got the hell out of there. When we got to the main office, Pete was already there. He took one look at our faces and just nodded, like he wasn't surprised at all. That's when he told us about the local legends. Apparently, the indigenous people of the area had stories about wrong people who lived deep in the mountains. According to Pete, they weren't quite human anymore. They'd turned to cannibalism generations ago and had somehow changed over time. The really crazy part was that they were supposed to have these spirit animals, massive, dark creatures they'd formed some kind of bond with. The locals called them shadow walkers or something like that. Pete said these stories had been around forever, but in the last few years, the sightings had gotten more frequent. Hikers going missing, strange sounds in the night, huge footprints found around cabins. He told us the singing we heard was supposedly how these things communicated with each other. I looked up everything I could find about these legends after we got home. There are similar stories all through the Pacific Northwest, but nothing quite matches what we saw. The really unsettling part is that I found a few other accounts from people who'd stayed at that same lodge, describing almost identical experiences. The creature by the chimney, the weird singing, everything. Tom and Mike won't talk about that night anymore. We all kind of silently agreed to try to forget it happened, but I can't forget. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear that singing again, even though I know it's impossible. I keep wondering what would have happened if that thing had decided to come inside, or if there had been more of them. I haven't been camping since then, and I don't think I ever will again. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still see that thing standing by the chimney, its impossible shape barely visible in the darkness. And I wonder if somewhere out there in the mountains it remembers us too. What really gets to me is how normal everything was right up until it wasn't. One minute we were just 3 people having a nice evening in a cabin, and the next we were face to face with something that shouldn't exist. I still can't drive past dense forests without wondering what might be hiding in there, watching and waiting. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was mass hysteria. Maybe we all somehow hallucinated the same thing. Maybe it was just some weird combination of shadows and our imaginations. But deep down, I know what we saw was real. That thing was there, and that sound, that horrible singing sound, that was real too. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I just need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Maybe I need validation that I'm not crazy. Or maybe I just need to warn people, be careful out there in the wilderness. There are things in this world that we can't explain, things that don't fit into our neat, rational understanding of reality. I still have questions that keep me up at night. Why did it just stand there by the chimney? Was it really trying to get warm? Or was it watching us? What would have happened if we'd tried to communicate with it? And most troubling of all, was it alone? Or were there others out there in the darkness that we didn't see? I'll never know the answers, and maybe that's for the best. Some mysteries should probably stay mysteries. But if you're planning a camping trip in the Pacific Northwest, especially around the more remote areas, please be careful. And if you hear singing in the night that doesn't sound quite right, don't try to find out where it's coming from. Just get out of there as fast as you can. Story 6. I've never shared this story before, and honestly I'm still trying to make sense of what happened back in Castle Rock during the summer of 1980. I was 19 then, and my best friend Mike was 20. We both had summer jobs at a local hardware store, but our real passion was exploring the Devil's Head Rampart Range area. We'd spend every weekend up there, hiking and camping, thinking we knew those trails like the back of our hands. Man, were we wrong. It started in early June. The weather was unusually cool that year, and there was still some patchy snow in the shadier areas of the range. We were hiking our usual trail about 5 miles from the Devil's Head Fire Lookout when we found the first prints. I still remember stopping dead in my tracks when I saw them. They were in a patch of dirty snow, partially melted but clear enough to see the details. Human-like, but massive. easily 16 inches long and twice as wide as my boot. The stride length between them was insane, like 6 or 7 feet apart. Mike and I weren't believers in any of that Bigfoot stuff. We actually laughed it off, thinking someone was playing a prank with fake feet strapped to their boots. But something about those prints stuck with me. The way the snow was compressed, the clear toe impressions. It looked too natural to be fake. We kept going up there throughout the summer, and weird things started happening. We'd hear wood-knocking sounds way off in the distance, which we initially dismissed as woodpeckers or falling branches. But sometimes these knocks would come in patterns, like someone was answering another knock from miles away. The local wildlife seemed to act differently too. We used to see plenty of elk and deer, but they became scarce, and when we did see them, they seemed agitated, like they were always ready to bolt. Then came that day in September. It was unusually warm, around 75 degrees, and we decided to explore a new area about 3 miles east of our usual spot. The forest was denser there, with lots of old-growth pines and thick underbrush. Around 4 p.m., we started getting this feeling. You know that sensation when you're being watched? It was like that, but intense. The woods had gone completely silent. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. I remember checking my watch. It was 4:23 p.m. when we heard the first branch snap. It came from behind us, maybe 100 yards back. We turned around, and that's when I saw them. Through the trees, about 150 feet away, 2 massive dark figures were moving. They were partially obscured by the foliage, but what I could see made my blood run cold. They were walking upright, moving with an eerily smooth gait that was too fluid for someone in a costume. The taller one had to be at least 8 feet high, with broad shoulders and long arms that hung down past its knees. The smell hit us next. This overwhelming stench like rotting meat mixed with wet dog and something else I can't even describe. My eyes were watering from it. Mike grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. We both just stood there, frozen, watching these things move through the trees parallel to us. They were dark reddish-brown, covered in thick hair, and they moved with purpose, like they knew exactly where they were going. What happened next still haunts me. The larger one stopped and turned its head toward us. I couldn't make out its face clearly through the branches, but I could see its eyes. They reflected the late afternoon sun like a cat's eyes would. That's when Mike's disposable camera fell from his shaking hands, making a loud crack as it hit a rock. The creatures reacted instantly. The larger one made this sound, not quite a roar, not quite a scream, but something primal that made every hair on my body stand up. They both moved with incredible speed, disappearing into the denser forest. The ground actually trembled slightly with each of their steps as they fled. We ran so hard I thought my lungs would burst. Didn't stop until we reached my truck nearly 2 miles away. Neither of us spoke the entire drive home. We went back up there a few times after that, always in larger groups, but nothing that dramatic happened again, just more wood knocks, strong whiffs of that same smell, and once a clear print in some mud that matched what we'd seen earlier that summer. Then, in spring of '81, we made the discovery that finally kept us away for good. We were checking out a new area near a creek when we found something on a sandbar that I still have nightmares about. At first, we thought it was a bear's head badly decomposed, but as we got closer, God, why did we get closer? We could see it wasn't a bear. The skull structure was all wrong, more human-like but massive, with a prominent sagittal crest that we'd never seen on any animal in the area. We didn't touch it, but took some photos. When we tried to bring rangers back to the spot the next day, it was gone. Completely gone, like it had never been there. The rangers filed a report, but nothing ever came of it. We heard rumors later about other sightings in the area, but we'd had enough. I moved away from Castle Rock in '82, and while I've been back to visit family, I've never returned to those trails. I'm 63 now, and I've spent decades trying to rationalize what we saw that day in September. Could it have been bears, people in suits, some kind of mass hysteria? But nothing explains everything we experienced. The prints, the sounds, the movements, that head on the sandbar, and especially those eyes. Those weren't the eyes of any animal I've ever seen, before or since. The weirdest part? In all these years, I've never felt comfortable sharing this story publicly. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. Mike passed away last year, and maybe that's what's finally pushing me to share this. I know how it sounds. Trust me, I do. but everything I've written here is true, exactly as I remember it. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I know what we saw out there. And I know there are things in those mountains that science can't explain. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I can still hear that sound they made, that not quite roar that seemed to come from something that shouldn't exist. And I wonder if they're still out there, in the shadows of Devil's Head, watching and waiting for the next unsuspecting hikers to venture too far off the main trails. Story 7. I've lived in Colorado my whole life, but what happened in Phantom Canyon back in October 2019 still haunts me. I've spent the last few years trying to make sense of what my family and I saw that day, and after hearing about similar encounters in the area recently, I finally feel compelled to share our experience. It was October 12th, a crisp fall Saturday. My wife Sarah and I had decided to take our kids, Tommy 12 and Emma 9, on a scenic drive through Phantom Canyon. We'd done this drive dozens of times before. It's this beautiful winding road between Cannon City and Victor, following an old narrow-gauge railroad route. The aspens were turning golden, and we figured it would be a perfect day trip. We left our house in Colorado Springs around 2 p.m. The weather was clear, probably around 55 degrees Fahrenheit, with some scattered clouds. Everything was completely normal as we started up the canyon in our 2017 Toyota 4Runner. The kids were in the back watching the scenery, and Sarah was taking photos of the fall colors with her iPhone. About an hour into the drive, maybe 15 miles up the canyon, we came around a bend where the road opens up into this wider area with some old ranch land. There were probably 8-10 cattle grazing in a field about 100 yards from the road. I remember checking my speed there because sometimes the cows wander near the road. That's when everything changed. I noticed the cattle were acting strangely. They were all facing the same direction and seemed agitated, bunched together in a way I'd never seen before. Sarah noticed it too and lowered her phone. As we slowed down to look, I caught movement behind the cattle, near the tree line about 150 yards from us. At first my brain tried to process it as a person, maybe a rancher, but this thing was massive. I'm a contractor, so I'm used to estimating measurements, and this was easily 7-8 feet tall. It was covered in dark brown, almost black hair, and was moving with these long, purposeful strides through the field, swinging its arms in a way that seemed both powerful and fluid. The entire sighting probably lasted only 15-20 seconds, but certain details are burned into my memory. The way it moved wasn't like someone in a costume. There was this natural, almost athletic grace to it. The hair on its body wasn't uniform. It seemed longer on the shoulders and shorter on the limbs. The head sat directly on the shoulders, like it barely had a neck. And the arms, they were proportionally longer than a human's, swinging with each stride in this peculiar way. I hit the brakes, and our SUV came to a stop in the middle of the road. Everyone in the car saw it. Emma started crying, not out of fear exactly, but more from confusion and shock. Tommy kept saying, "What is that, Dad? What is that?" Sarah was fumbling with her phone, trying to get it up to take a picture, but her hands were shaking too badly. The creature seemed to notice our vehicle because it quickened its pace, moving with surprising speed toward the tree line. It covered the remaining distance in maybe 6-7 long strides. Just before it reached the trees, it turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of its profile. The face was dark, partially obscured by hair, but what struck me was how it turned its entire upper body to look, not just its head. Then it disappeared into the forest. The cattle were still acting agitated, making these low, distressed sounds. A smell hit us then. Even with the windows up, there was this distinct musty odor, like wet dog mixed with something worse, something almost skunky but different. I'd never smelled anything like it before or since. We sat there for maybe another minute, all of us trying to process what we'd just seen. Sarah finally managed to take a few photos of the field and tree line, but the creature was long gone. Looking at the pictures later, all you can see is the disturbed cattle and the empty field. I put the car in gear and drove on, probably faster than I should have on those canyon roads. We were all pretty shaken. Tommy kept asking questions I couldn't answer, and Emma had gone completely quiet, which wasn't like her at all. The rest of the drive is honestly a blur in my memory. When we got home that evening, I started researching. I found some old newspaper articles about strange sightings in Phantom Canyon dating back to the 1960s, but nothing recent. I was hesitant to report it officially. I'm a practical person, and I worried about how it would affect my business if word got out. Fast forward to last month. I was at a job site in Cannon City when I overheard two locals talking about something that had happened just a few miles from where we had our sighting. Apparently, in early 2023, a homesteader living off Phantom Canyon Road had reported something trying to get into their house late at night. They described hearing heavy footsteps on their porch and finding strange prints in the mud the next morning, along with some damaged siding where something had apparently tried to force its way in. That's what finally prompted me to share this. I'm not claiming to know what we saw that day. I've spent countless hours trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear walking upright, maybe it was some kind of elaborate prank. But I know what I saw, what my whole family saw. The way it moved, its proportions, that bizarre smell. None of it fits with any normal explanation. The thing that stays with me most isn't the creature itself, but how absolutely ordinary everything was, right up until it wasn't. We were just a family on a weekend drive, and in the space of 20 seconds, our entire understanding of what's possible got completely upended. I still drive Phantom Canyon occasionally for work, but never alone, and never close to dusk. Every time I pass that spot, I scan the tree line, and my hands get sweaty on the steering wheel. I've heard there are support groups for people who've had similar experiences, but I haven't reached out to any. My wife and I rarely talk about it, though sometimes I catch her staring at those photos on her phone, zooming in on that empty field, like she might find something we missed. The kids have processed it differently. Tommy's become obsessed with cryptozoology, while Emma refuses to talk about it at all. I don't know what else to say about it. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I just know that something impossible happened that day in Phantom Canyon, and after hearing about that incident in 2023, I felt like I needed to add our experience to the record. If anyone else has seen something similar in that area, I'd be interested to know. Though honestly, I'm not sure if knowing more would make it easier or harder to deal with. Story 8. I've worked the night shift at Randy's Donuts in Auburn, Washington for almost 3 years now, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened last Tuesday night. I'm still shaking as I write this, and I know some people won't believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. I was working with Mike, my usual partner for the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift. It was October 12th, around 2:45 a.m. I remember the exact time because we'd just finished our last batch of glazed donuts for the early morning rush. The shop sits on Auburn Way North, right where it meets 17th Street SE. We're kind of isolated there at night, with just the dim glow of the streetlights and our shop's fluorescent sign illuminating the nearly empty parking lot. The night was unusually quiet. The usual ambient noise from the nearby highway seemed muffled, probably because of the heavy fog that had rolled in around midnight. The temperature had dropped to about 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and there was this weird stillness in the air. You know that feeling when the atmosphere feels charged, like right before a thunderstorm? It was exactly like that. I was cleaning the display cases while Mike was in the back washing dishes. The front of our shop is all glass windows, giving us a clear view of the street and parking lot. That's when I first noticed something was off. The motion sensor light in our parking lot suddenly clicked on, but I couldn't immediately see what triggered it. Then I smelled it. Even through the strong scents of sugar and coffee that usually dominate our shop, this odor was unmistakable, like a mixture of wet dog and rotting vegetation. It was so strong it made my stomach turn. I called Mike to the front, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mike, you need to see this." He must have heard something in my voice because he came quickly, still drying his hands on his apron. That's when we both saw it. Just walking past our shop, casual as you please, was this thing. I say thing because calling it an animal doesn't seem right, but calling it a person doesn't fit either. It was massive, easily 6 to 7 feet tall. The streetlight caught its fur, which had this distinct reddish-brown color, almost like rusted metal. The way it moved was what really got to me. It walked upright, but with this fluid, natural motion that no person in a costume could replicate. What really stands out in my memory is its proportions. Its shoulders were incredibly broad, maybe 3 feet across, and it didn't really have a neck. Its head just seemed to sit directly on its shoulders. Its arms were long, hanging down past its knees, and every movement showed massive muscles rippling under that thick fur. Mike and I just stood there, frozen. I remember my hand was still holding the cleaning rag, and I could feel the cold cleaning solution dripping down my arm, but I couldn't move. The creature walked right past our windows, not even glancing our way. Each step it took was deliberate and silent, which seems impossible given its size. What haunts me is how mundane it all seemed. This thing wasn't running or hunting or doing anything dramatic. It was just walking. Like this was its normal routine, taking a casual stroll past our donut shop in the middle of the night. I finally managed to grab my phone, but my hands were shaking so badly that by the time I opened the camera, it had already moved past our direct line of sight. Mike ran to the other window, and we watched it disappear into the fog near the tree line behind the shop. We immediately called the police. I mean, what else do you do in that situation? An officer arrived about 15 minutes later, Officer Thompson, according to his nameplate. He took our statement separately, and I noticed something odd about his behavior. When we showed him where the creature had walked, he spent a long time examining the ground with his flashlight. I saw him take some photos with his phone, but when I asked what he found, he just shook his head and said he needed to file a report. The weird thing is he seemed genuinely disturbed, not skeptical or dismissive like you'd expect, but actually shaken. When I pressed him about it, he just said, "Some things are better left alone," and left pretty quickly after that. The next day, I went to look for tracks myself, but the morning dew and light rain had softened the ground. If there were any prints, they were gone now. I tried calling the police station to follow up on Officer Thompson's report, but they claim there's no record of any incident that night. Mike and I have barely talked about it since then. What is there to say? We both saw it, we both know what we saw, but it feels almost too absurd to discuss. He's actually asked to switch to day shifts, and honestly, I'm considering doing the same. The thing that really gets me, though, is that I keep thinking about how comfortable it seemed walking through our well-lit suburban area. Like it's done this before many times. How many other nights has it passed by while we were busy in the back of the shop? How many other people have seen it but stayed quiet, fearing that no one would believe them? I still work the night shift, but now I find myself constantly glancing at the windows, especially around 2:45 a.m. The smell occasionally returns, that same wet dog and decay odor, but I haven't seen the creature again. Sometimes I hope I will, just to prove to myself that I'm not crazy. Other times, I pray I never encounter anything like it again. One thing's for certain. I'll never look at those quiet hours before dawn the same way again. There's something out there, something that shares our spaces in ways we don't understand. And sometimes, apparently, it likes to take walks past donut shops in the middle of the night. Story 9. We were working on building a small footbridge over Buckhorn Creek, about 15 miles outside of Roseburg, Oregon. My husband Tom and I had bought this piece of property as a weekend getaway, and we needed that bridge to access the better part of our land. Our son Kyle, 17, was helping us that day. Honestly, we probably couldn't have done it without him, since he's the one who actually knows something about construction. It was around 2:30 p.m., unusually warm for September. The creek was running low due to the dry summer we'd had. I remember checking the weather that morning. Clear skies, about 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Perfect conditions for the work we had planned. We'd been at it since morning, marking spots for the support posts and clearing some brush. I had brought my binoculars because I love watching the wildlife out there. We usually see lots of deer and occasionally some elk. They were just cheap bushnells, nothing fancy, but they did the job. The first strange thing I noticed was how quiet it got. If you've spent any time in the woods, you know what I mean. Usually there's this constant background noise, birds, squirrels, wind in the trees. But suddenly, everything just stopped. At first, I didn't think much of it. When you're working with tools, sometimes the noise scares away the wildlife temporarily. But then our dog Max, a German Shepherd, started acting weird. He'd been happily running around all morning, bringing us sticks and splashing in the creek. But around that time, he came and sat right between my legs, pressing against me. His ears were perked up, and he kept staring at the ridgeline across from us, about 300 yards away. I've never seen him act like that before or since. That's when I grabbed my binoculars. I thought maybe there was a bear or a cougar up there. We'd seen both in the area before. I started scanning the ridge, and that's when I saw the deer. There were 3 of them, running full tilt along the ridgeline, which was unusual for that time of day. Deer typically bed down during the afternoon hours, especially when it's warm. And then I saw it. Behind the deer, moving through the brush and timber like it was nothing, was something I still have trouble describing. It was big. I mean big. We later estimated it had to be at least 7 feet tall, maybe taller. The thing that struck me most was how black it was. Not brown, not dark brown, but pitch black. The sun was hitting it directly, but it seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The way it moved, that's what I can't get out of my head. You know how deer can navigate rough terrain effortlessly. This thing was keeping pace with them, but it wasn't running like any animal I've ever seen. Its stride was enormous, eating up ground in these powerful, fluid movements. It was bipedal, absolutely unmistakably walking on 2 legs, but moving faster than any human could possibly manage on that terrain. I must have made some kind of noise because Tom and Kyle stopped what they were doing and came over. I handed the binoculars to Tom, my hands shaking so bad I nearly dropped them. He saw it too. The look on his face said everything. Kyle got a look as well before it disappeared into a thicker stand of trees. The whole sighting probably lasted maybe 45 seconds, but it felt like hours. We were about a quarter mile away from where we saw it, and thank God for that creek between us. The creature never seemed to notice us, totally focused on whatever it was doing with those deer. The details are burned into my memory. Its arms were incredibly long, hanging almost to its knees. The shoulders were massive, way broader than any person I've ever seen. The head seemed to sit directly on the shoulders, like it didn't really have much of a neck. The legs were thick and powerful looking. The fur or hair or whatever it was covered its entire body and looked matted in some places, especially around the shoulders. What really gets me is how it moved through that terrain. That hillside is steep and covered in loose rocks, fallen trees and thick brush. I've hiked it before, and it's slow going even on the game trails, but this thing just powered through everything like it wasn't even there. It would step over fallen logs that would come up to my chest without breaking stride. After it disappeared, we just stood there for a while, not saying anything. The woods stayed quiet for at least another 20 minutes. Max wouldn't leave my side. We debated whether to pack up and leave, but in the end we decided to finish what we were doing, though we worked a lot faster than before, and nobody wandered off alone. We didn't smell anything during the encounter, which I know is different from many other reports I've read since then. Maybe we were too far away, or maybe the breeze was wrong. We did find some interesting tracks the next weekend when we came back. Huge impressions in a muddy spot near where we saw it. But the week of weather between had made them pretty indistinct. I've spent countless hours trying to rationalize what we saw. A bear? No way. It was clearly bipedal and moved nothing like a bear. A person in a suit? At that distance, moving that fast in that terrain? Impossible. Plus, who would be out there? Our property backs up to national forest land, and there's nothing out there but logging roads that haven't been maintained in years. The weirdest part? We've been back to the property probably 100 times since then. We finished the bridge. We go up there most weekends when the weather's decent. Never saw anything like that again. No more weird silences, no more tracks, nothing. It's like it never happened, except that all 3 of us saw it, and none of us will ever forget it. I've read a lot about Bigfoot sightings since then, trying to make sense of what we saw. Most reports talk about them being active at dawn, dusk, or night. Seeing one in broad daylight like that apparently isn't common. The black coloring isn't the most commonly reported either. Most sightings describe them as brown or reddish-brown. I don't know what to make of that. The local sheriff's office has a file of similar sightings in the area. We didn't report ours, but I checked their records after the fact. There were 3 other reported sightings within 20 miles of our property in the past decade. All described similar details: the size, the fluid movement, the impossible speed on rough terrain. One other report mentioned an all-black subject. Sometimes I set up my camp chair by the creek, binoculars in hand, hoping to see it again. Not out of fear, but because I have so many questions. What was it doing? Why was it chasing those deer? Was it hunting them, herding them, just playing? Where did it go? Does it still live in those woods? I don't expect answers. Maybe it's better that way. But I know what we saw that day at Buckhorn Creek. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a person, and it wasn't my imagination. 3 people don't share the same hallucination. The bridge is done now. It's sturdy, practical, nothing fancy. But every time I cross it, I find myself glancing up at that ridgeline. The regular sounds of the forest, the birds, the wind, the creek, are always there now. But I'll never forget that unnatural silence, or the sight of that massive black figure moving through the trees like a shadow in broad daylight. I've never felt threatened by being in those woods before or since. Whatever we saw that day, it had its own purpose and agenda that had nothing to do with us. But it shook my understanding of what's possible, what's real. The world is bigger and stranger than we think, and sometimes all it takes is 45 seconds to realize that. Story 10. I've kept this story to myself for almost 50 years now. Back in '76, I was 27 and living in Morgan County, Tennessee, right at the foothills of the Cumberland Mountains. I'd been hunting turkeys in these woods since I was a teenager, and I knew every trail and hollow like the back of my hand. This happened on November 12th. I remember the date clear as day because it was the Thursday before the end of fall turkey season, and I'd taken the day off work specifically to get one last hunt in. The morning started like any other hunting day. I left my truck parked at the old logging road entrance around 5:30 a.m., about 3 miles south of Wartburg. The weather was unusually warm for November, probably in the mid-60s, with a light fog hanging in the valleys. I was carrying my Remington 870 shotgun loaded with #4 shot, standard turkey hunting gear, along with my usual pack with water, some jerky, and basic supplies. I'd been tracking a group of turkeys for about 2 hours, moving deeper into the mountains. By around 8 a.m., I'd made it about 2 miles in, to an area where the ridge opened up into a small meadow. The fog had burned off by then, and the sun was starting to warm things up. I remember thinking it was almost too warm for November. You could feel the humidity in the air. The first thing that struck me as odd was the silence. Anyone who hunts knows that the woods are never really quiet. There's always birds, squirrels, something making noise. But suddenly, everything just stopped. No birds, no rustling, nothing. At first I thought maybe a coyote or a bear was moving through the area. That's when I noticed this smell, like wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation, but stronger than anything I'd ever smelled before. It wasn't just unpleasant. It was heavy enough to make my eyes water. I was crouched at the edge of the tree line, overlooking this meadow that was maybe 70 yards across. The grass was about knee-high, still wet with dew. That's when I heard it. Heavy footsteps coming from my left, from deeper in the woods. Not like a deer or a bear. These were deliberate steps, almost like a person, but much heavier. You could feel the impact through the ground. My first thought was that another hunter had wandered into the area, but something felt wrong. The footsteps were too heavy, too widely spaced. Then I heard wood cracking, not like a dead branch falling, but like something large was pushing through the trees. I remember my hands starting to shake on my shotgun. I'd been hunting these woods for over a decade, and I'd never felt fear like this before. It was primal, like every cell in my body was screaming at me to run. But I stayed frozen in place, partly out of fear and partly out of sheer disbelief at what happened next. It stepped out of the tree line about 50 yards to my left. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was tall. I'm 6 feet, and this thing had at least 8 inches on me. But it wasn't just the height, it was the mass. The shoulders must have been twice as broad as mine, with long, powerful arms that hung down past its knees. The entire body was covered in thick black hair, not patchy or mangy like a sick bear, but uniform, almost glossy in the morning sun. The way it moved is what really got to me. It walked upright just like a man, but with a fluid grace that seemed impossible for something that size. Each step was deliberate, silent, except for the sound of the grass moving. The head was set directly on the shoulders, no real neck to speak of, and the face. I couldn't make out clear features, but it was covered in the same black hair, with a noticeable brow ridge that shadowed whatever eyes it had. I had my shotgun. I could have taken a shot, but something stopped me. Maybe fear, maybe instinct, maybe something else. This thing wasn't threatening me, it was just walking, moving across the meadow like it had every right to be there, which, thinking back on it now, maybe it did. It crossed the meadow in maybe 15 seconds, but it felt like hours. Every detail is burned into my memory, the way its muscles moved under that hair, the steam rising from its body in the cool morning air, the way the grass barely seemed to move as it passed. Just before it reached the far tree line, it stopped. It turned its head, not its whole body, just its head, and looked directly at me. I'll never forget that moment. I don't know how it knew I was there. I hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound, but it knew. The look wasn't threatening or aggressive. It was aware, intelligent, like it was acknowledging my presence while also warning me not to follow. Then it turned and walked into the trees, disappearing so quickly and quietly it seemed impossible for something that size. I stayed there, crouched and shaking, for at least another 30 minutes. The smell lingered for a while, then gradually faded. Slowly, the normal sounds of the forest returned. First a few birds, then squirrels, until everything was back to normal, like nothing had happened. When I finally stood up, my legs were so weak I almost fell over. I walked over to where it had crossed the meadow. The grass was pressed down in a clear path, and in one muddy spot, I found a footprint. It was huge, easily 16 inches long and 8 inches wide at the ball of the foot. I didn't have a camera with me. Who carried cameras hunting in 1976, and I didn't have anything to make a cast with. By the time I came back the next day, rain had washed away any trace. I made my way back to my truck in record time, practically running the whole way. I didn't tell anyone about this for years. Who would believe me? I was known as a serious hunter, not some crackpot who made up stories. But I never hunted that area again. Something about that look it gave me. It wasn't meant as a threat, but as a boundary. This was its territory, and I was the intruder. Even now, decades later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, remembering that moment when it turned and looked at me. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was a bear with mange, maybe it was some kind of mass hallucination. But I know what I saw. That thing was real, it was intelligent, and it knew exactly what it was doing. I've read other people's encounters since then, and many of them describe similar details. The sudden silence in the woods, that distinct smell, the way it moved. Each time I read one, I get the same chill down my spine that I felt that morning. I don't try to convince anyone anymore about what I saw. I know what happened, and that's enough for me. These days I still hunt, but never alone, and never in that part of the mountains. Some places belong to them, and that's just the way it is. I don't need any more proof than what I saw that morning in 1976. Some memories never fade, no matter how much time passes. Story 11, deemed. It happened on October 12th, 2022. I was out hiking with my brother Mike and our friend Steve near Sabola Creek in Northern California, about 40 miles northeast of Redding. We're all experienced outdoorsmen and have been exploring this area for years, usually hunting or hiking, sometimes camping if the weather's good. That day was supposed to be just another hiking trip to scout some new trails we'd heard about. The weather was perfect that morning. Clear skies, around 55 degrees Fahrenheit, with just a light breeze. We'd parked my truck at the old logging road entrance around 7:30 a.m. and hiked about 4 miles in. The area is pretty remote, probably a good 15 miles from the nearest town. It's mostly dense forest with some rocky outcrops and steep hills, typical Northern California wilderness. Everything was normal for the first couple hours. We were following game trails, marking potential spots for the upcoming deer season, taking some pictures of the landscape. Around 10 a.m., we reached this large grassy slope that led up to a rocky cliff face. That's when things started getting weird. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it got. I mean dead quiet. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. If you spend enough time outdoors, you know that's never a good sign. Mike noticed it too, and gave me this look. Even the wind seemed to die down. Then came the smell. It hit me like a punch to the gut. This horrible, musty odor, like wet dog mixed with rotting meat and something else I can't even describe. Steve actually gagged. I've smelled dead animals in the woods before, but this was different. It was stronger, more, I don't know, more primal somehow. We were standing at the bottom of this slope trying to figure out where the smell was coming from when Steve grabbed my arm and pointed up toward the cliff. That's when I saw it, and I swear my blood turned to ice. About 200 yards up the slope, this massive figure was moving across the hillside. At first my brain tried to make it into a bear, but I knew instantly that wasn't right. This thing was walking on 2 legs, completely upright, and it was huge. We all carry binoculars. Mine are Vortex 10x42s, and I couldn't get them to my eyes fast enough. What I saw through those binoculars will haunt me forever. This creature had to be at least 7 feet tall, probably closer to 8. Its body was massive, definitely 350 pounds or more, but it didn't move like something that heavy should. It was fluid, almost graceful. The thing that really got me were its arms. They hung down way past its knees, swaying as it walked. The fur was this dark reddish-brown color, but not uniform. Parts of it, especially around the shoulders, were lighter, almost with a grayish tinge. It wasn't matted or scraggly like you might expect. It looked almost well-kept, moving with the breeze. We watched it for what must have been 3, 4 minutes, though it felt like hours. None of us said a word. I was trying to keep my hands steady enough to keep the binoculars focused. The creature was moving with purpose, like it knew exactly where it was going. It would occasionally stop and seem to look around, but I could never get a clear view of its face. The head sat directly on the shoulders, no neck to speak of. Then something happened that I still can't explain. The creature reached the cliff face, and without hesitation it just jumped. Not down the cliff, but across a gap to another rocky outcrop that had to be at least 15 feet away. The power in those legs was incredible. It cleared the gap easily and disappeared into the tree line on the other side. We stood there in shock for several minutes. Steve was shaking so bad he had to sit down. Mike kept saying, "What the fuck?" over and over under his breath. I felt like I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. After we calmed down a bit, we decided to check out the area where we'd seen it. It took us about 20 minutes to climb up that slope. The grass was tall, about knee-high, but as we got closer to where the creature had walked, we started noticing clear tracks where the grass had been pressed down. The path was wide, like something very heavy had moved through. Near the cliff edge we found them, footprints. 3 distinct prints in a patch of softer earth. They were huge, easily 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length between them was incredible, probably close to 6 feet. Mike put his size 12 boot next to one for scale. It looked tiny in comparison. But that wasn't all. About 30 feet from the prints, we found something even stranger. There was this pile of rocks that just didn't look natural. 8 or 9 rocks ranging from softball to basketball size, stacked in this weird pyramid shape. The rocks were different from the ones naturally occurring in the area. Some looked like they'd come from the creek bed below. Something had carried them up here and arranged them deliberately. We took some pictures of the prints and the rocks with our phones, but they just don't do justice to what we saw. The scale is hard to capture in photos, and the prints don't show up well because of the shadows. We spent another hour searching the area, but didn't find anything else significant. The smell had faded, but every now and then we'd catch another whiff of it on the breeze. None of us wanted to try crossing that gap to the other side. It was way too dangerous. The hike back to the truck was tense. We stayed close together and kept looking over our shoulders. Every snapping twig made us jump. That feeling of being watched never left us. I've been back to that spot 3 times since then, always with at least one other person. We found more prints twice, in different locations but similar size. There are more of those rock piles too. We found 6 different arrangements in the area, all with rocks that don't belong where they're placed. The last time I went, about 6 months ago, we found a half-eaten deer carcass near one of the rock piles. The way it was torn apart, no normal predator did that. The limbs had been pulled clean off, not chewed or clawed. The bones were snapped like twigs. I've done a lot of research since then about Bigfoot sightings in the area. Turns out there have been dozens of reports within a 50-mile radius over the past few decades. A lot of them mention similar details. The rock piles, the incredible jumping ability, the long arms. Local indigenous people have stories about tall, powerful beings in these woods going back generations. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story 2 years ago, I would have thought they were crazy or lying. But I know what I saw. Mike and Steve know what we saw. We don't talk about it much anymore, but when we do, our stories haven't changed. You don't forget something like that. I still hike and hunt in other areas, but I haven't been back to Sabola Creek since finding that deer carcass. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, remembering the way that creature moved, so powerful, so deliberate. Like it owned those woods and we were the intruders. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just sharing what happened to me and my friends that day. Make of it what you will. But if you're ever hiking near Sabola Creek and everything goes quiet and you catch that smell, don't stick around to see what happens next. That's all I've got. I know there are people out there who've seen similar things, and I hope sharing my experience helps them feel less alone. Some things in this world just can't be explained, and maybe that's okay. But I know what I saw that day, and I'll never forget it. Story 12. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but what happened to me during my training at Fort Carson has been eating away at me for the past several months. I've always been a skeptic about this kind of stuff, but after what I saw that day in March, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. It happened on March 15th, 2023, during what was supposed to be a routine land navigation exercise at Fort Carson, Colorado. I was stationed there for Advanced Individual Training, AIT, and we were doing solo navigation exercises in the Eastern Training Area, about 4 miles from the main base. The weather was overcast, around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light drizzle that had been on and off all morning. I'd been at this for about 2 hours, working my way through my points in the training area. It was around 14:30 hours, and I had 2 more waypoints to hit before heading back. The terrain there is pretty rough. Lots of scrub oak, pine trees, and these scattered rocky outcrops. You get used to it after a while, but it's still challenging to navigate, especially when you're trying to maintain noise discipline. The first thing that struck me as odd was the silence. If you've spent any time in the field, you know there's always some ambient noise, birds, wind in the trees, distant vehicle sounds from the base. But suddenly everything just stopped. At first I thought maybe it was just me being hyper-focused on my nav points. But then I noticed how my skin was starting to prickle, like when you know someone's watching you. I'd been trained to trust my instincts, so I took a knee and started scanning my surroundings. The visibility was decent, maybe 75, 100 yards in most directions, despite the overcast conditions. I was in a small clearing, surrounded by scrub oak and some larger pines. That's when I caught this smell. It's hard to describe, but imagine a mix between wet dog and something rotting. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was distinct enough that it made me think maybe there was a dead animal nearby. I pulled out my compass to verify my position, trying to shake off this weird feeling. That's when I heard it, the sound of branches snapping, but not like when a deer moves through brush. These were heavy breaks, like something big was moving through the vegetation about 30 yards to my 3 o'clock position. My training kicked in, and I stayed completely still, controlling my breathing like we'd been taught. The sound stopped, and for maybe 30 seconds, there was absolute silence. Then I heard this. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was like a deep exhale, but much deeper than any human could make, coming from the same direction as the branch snapping. I slowly turned my head toward the sound, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought maybe it was another trainee who had gotten lost and was wearing some weird cold weather gear. But as my eyes focused, I realized I was looking at something that shouldn't exist. The creature was standing partially behind a pine tree, about 10 feet away from me. I'm 5'10", and this thing was easily 6.5 feet tall. It was covered in this light brown hair, not shaggy like you see in those Bigfoot documentaries, but more like a well-groomed dog's coat. But what really got me were its features. It had these large, fox-like ears that seemed to be constantly moving, and its eyes, God, its eyes. They were completely black and round, almost like polished obsidian, and they were fixed right on me. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was terrified. My whole body was shaking, but I couldn't move. We just stared at each other. It didn't make any aggressive moves, but its presence was overwhelming. I could see its chest moving as it breathed, and there was this intelligence in its eyes that made it even more unnerving. Then, in one fluid motion, it dropped down into a crouch. The movement was so smooth, almost cat-like, not at all what you'd expect from something that size. It kind of backed up behind this large scrub oak bush, never taking its eyes off me until it was completely hidden. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Part of my training was screaming at me to investigate, to gather intelligence, but every survival instinct I had was telling me to get the hell out of there. Finally, I heard more branch snapping, but this time moving away from my position. The sound got fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. It was only then that I noticed I'd been holding my breath. My legs were shaking so badly I had to sit down for a few minutes to collect myself. The weirdest part, as soon as the creature left, all the normal forest sounds came back, like someone had turned the volume back up. Birds started chirping again, and I could hear the wind in the trees. It was such a stark contrast to the unnatural silence from before. I checked my watch. The whole encounter had lasted maybe 5 minutes, but it felt like hours. I had to complete my training exercise. You can't just abandon your nav points without consequences. So I pushed through, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. I've never completed a course so fast in my life. When I got back to the rally point, I was among the first to finish. My hands were still shaking as I marked my final time. One of the sergeants asked if I was okay, because apparently I looked pale as hell. I just blamed it on the cold and fatigue. I spent the next few days debating whether to report what I'd seen, but what was I going to say? "Hey, Sergeant, I saw a giant fox-eared creature during land nav." In the military, you learn quickly that some things are better left unsaid unless you want to end up talking to the mental health specialists. The thing is, I know what I saw. I've seen bears, mountain lions, and all sorts of wildlife during my training. This wasn't any of those. The way it moved, those eyes, the intelligence behind them, it was something else entirely. I've gone back through that training area several times since then, but I've never experienced anything like that again. The weird thing is, about a week after it happened, I overheard some of the permanent party staff talking about how there had been strange noises coming from the eastern training area at night, and how some equipment had been found tipped over at one of the remote training sites. They blamed it on bears, but after what I saw, I'm not so sure. I still think about those eyes sometimes, especially when I'm out in the field. I've never felt watched quite like that before or since. There was something almost curious in the way it looked at me, not aggressive or threatening, just intensely interested. That's almost worse in a way. The idea that there's something out there intelligent enough to study us. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I would have laughed it off. But I know what I saw that day, and I know that there are things out in those training areas that we can't explain. Maybe it's better that way. Maybe some things should remain mysteries. The only physical evidence I have is the compass I was holding during the encounter. I squeezed it so hard that I actually cracked the plastic casing. I keep it as a reminder that what I experienced was real, not some hallucination or stress-induced vision. I'm still in the military, still doing training exercises, but I approach them differently now. I'm more aware of my surroundings, more attuned to those moments when the forest goes quiet. And sometimes, when I'm out there and the birds suddenly stop singing, I can't help but wonder if I'm being watched again by those same black, intelligent eyes. Story 13. This occurred back in October 2019, and I've spent countless nights trying to make sense of what my wife Sarah and I witnessed. I work as a long-haul trucker, but I was off that week, and we were heading back from visiting Sarah's sister in Wichita. It was around 11:30 p.m., and we were about 15 miles outside of Anthony, Kansas. The drive had been uneventful up until then. It was a clear night, cool but not cold. with a nearly full moon lighting up the countryside. We were on this stretch of highway we'd driven hundreds of times before. You know, one of those rural roads where you might go 20 minutes without seeing another car. Sarah had dozed off in the passenger seat, and I was just focused on getting us home. That's when everything changed. I remember checking the temperature display on the dashboard. It read 48 degrees Fahrenheit, when I noticed something unusual ahead. About 200 yards down the road, there was this dark mass in the middle of my lane. At first I thought it might be a deer that had been hit, which isn't uncommon in these parts. I started slowing down, but kept the high beams on. As we got closer, maybe 100 yards away, I realized whatever it was moving. It was hunched over something on the road, and that's when my skin started to crawl. The thing was huge, way too big to be a deer or a bear. We don't even have bears in this part of Kansas. I slowed down even more, probably doing about 25 miles per hour at this point. Sarah woke up, probably because of how much I'd slowed down. She started to say something, but then she saw it too. The creature was crouched over what looked like, I hate to say it, but it looked like it was eating something. The way it was moving, tearing at whatever was on the road, it was disturbingly deliberate. That's when it noticed our headlights. The thing suddenly stopped what it was doing and turned its head toward us. I'll never forget what I saw in those few seconds before it moved. The creature was massive, at least 7 feet tall even in its crouched position. Its body was covered in thick black hair that looked wavy or matted in the headlights. But what really got me was how it moved. In one fluid motion, this thing stood up on 2 legs. 2 legs. Not like a bear rearing up. This was different. Its arms were impossibly long, hanging down past its knees. The proportions were all wrong for any animal I know of. When it stood, I could see muscle definition through its hair, like a bodybuilder but way bigger. Sarah grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. We still talk about that. The creature took 2 steps toward the side of the road, but these weren't normal steps. It covered about 15 feet in those 2 strides. The way it moved was unlike anything I've ever seen, powerful but eerily smooth, like an athlete but not quite human. I hit the brakes harder, still about 50 yards away. That's when the smell hit us. Even with the windows up, this overwhelming stench filled the car. It was like a mix of rotting meat and wet dog, but worse, so much worse. I've been around farms all my life, smelled every kind of animal you can think of, but this was different. It made my eyes water. The creature turned to look at us one more time before moving. That's when I saw its face, or rather, I saw the shape of its face in profile, broad, with a prominent brow ridge. It wasn't like a mask or costume. The way the moonlight hit it, you could see the muscles in its jaw moving, then it just went. But saying it ran into the woods doesn't do justice to what we saw. This thing covered the distance from the road to the tree line, probably 30 feet, in 2 or 3 bounds. The power in its legs was unreal. The way it moved through the brush was shocking too. No crashing or stumbling like you'd expect from something that size. It was just gone, like a shadow disappearing. We sat there in the car for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or 2. Neither of us spoke. The smell lingered. When I finally got the nerve to drive forward, we passed what it had been crouching over. It was a deer carcass, freshly killed. The way it was torn open. I've been hunting my whole life, and I've never seen anything like that. The ribcage was split open like it was done with bare hands. We drove straight home without stopping, doing the speed limit the whole way. We barely spoke. What could we say? The next morning, I called the county sheriff's office to report what we'd seen. The deputy who took my call was polite but dismissive, said they'd had reports of large animals in the area, but nothing confirmed. A few days later, I heard through a friend that one of our neighbors, Mildred Sanders, had been having trouble with something scratching at her window screens at night. She lives about 3 miles from where we had our encounter. She told people she finally saw whatever it was one night, described it as looking like a bear running on its back legs. But we don't have bears here, and what we saw was no bear. I've gone back to that spot in the daylight several times since then, found some strange prints once about 2 weeks after it happened. They were huge, maybe 15 inches long, and looked almost human-like but wider and with odd indentations where the toes would be. I took pictures, but they didn't come out clear enough to show anything definitive. The whole thing has changed how I drive that road. I don't go that way at night anymore if I can help it. When I have to, I keep my high beams on and drive right down the middle of the road. Sarah won't drive it at all after dark now. What bothers me most isn't just what we saw, it's how it moved. No costume could replicate that fluid motion, that raw power, and that smell. You can't fake a smell like that. It's been over 4 years, and I still catch myself looking for movement in the tree lines when I'm driving rural roads at night. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story 5 years ago, I wouldn't have believed them. I'm not asking anyone to believe me now. I just know what we saw that night wasn't supposed to exist, but it does. Sometimes I wish we'd had a dash cam, or that I'd thought to grab my phone and take a video. But honestly, in that moment, all we could do was sit there, frozen, watching something impossible happen right in front of us. The weirdest part? About a month after our encounter, I was at the local diner and overheard some truckers talking about missing their turns because they've been avoiding that same stretch of highway at night. They never said why, but they all seemed to agree it was better to take the long way around. I didn't join their conversation or share what I knew. Some things are better left unsaid. I still drive trucks for a living, still make my routes, but I'm more cautious now. I keep my high beams on more often than I need to, and I never stop on dark stretches of road anymore, no matter what I think I see. Some nights, when I'm driving through similar areas, I catch myself holding my breath when I pass certain spots, half expecting to see that massive shape in my headlights again. To this day, Sarah and I rarely talk about what happened, not because we're trying to forget, but because we both know exactly what we saw, and words don't really do it justice. Sometimes, when we're driving together at night, one of us will suddenly reach over and squeeze the other's hand. We don't have to say anything. We both know why. I'm not sure what we encountered that night on Anthony Highway. I don't claim to know what it was. All I know is that it was real, it was massive, and it was something that shouldn't exist in our modern world. But it does. And sometimes, late at night when I hear unusual sounds outside or catch an odd smell on the wind, I remember that night and wonder if it's still out there, moving through the darkness just beyond the reach of our headlights. Story 14. I've been hunting for over 25 years, and what happened on Douglas Mountain last October still keeps me up at night. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal or gets spooked easily. You can't be when you're out in the wilderness as much as I am. But this was different. It was October 12th, 2023. My son Jake, 19, my brother Steve, 42, and I, 45, were on our annual bow hunting trip in the Douglas Mountain area of Colorado, about 40 miles northwest of Craig. We'd been coming to this spot for years. It's remote, peaceful, and usually great for elk hunting. The weather that day was overcast, around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light breeze, perfect hunting conditions. We set up our base camp about 8 miles from the nearest access road, deep in the Douglas Mountain Range. The area is pretty rugged, mostly pine and aspen forest with some rocky outcrops. We got to our spot before dawn, around 5:30 a.m., and split up to cover more ground while staying within radio contact range. The first strange thing I noticed was around 8:45 a.m. I was tracking some fresh elk signs when I heard what sounded like an elk call, but something was off about it. I've been hunting elk long enough to know their sounds by heart, and this one just didn't sit right. It was like someone was trying to mimic an elk call, but couldn't quite get it right. The pitch was slightly wrong, and the duration was too long. At first, I thought it might be another hunter doing a poor job with their call, but something in my gut told me this wasn't the case. The forest had been alive with typical morning sounds, birds, squirrels, wind in the trees. But after that call, everything went dead silent. I mean completely silent. Anyone who spends time in the woods knows that sudden silence usually means something's wrong. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. I radioed Jake and Steve to ask if they were trying any calls. They weren't, and they were both about half a mile away in different directions. That's when I caught a whiff of something that made my stomach turn. A powerful, musky odor mixed with what smelled like rotting meat. It was unlike anything I'd encountered before, and I've dealt with my fair share of bears and other wildlife. Around 9:15 a.m., I heard heavy branches breaking about 100 yards to my left. Not the sound of something small moving through the brush. These were thick branches being snapped like twigs. Whatever was causing it was big, and it was moving parallel to my position. That's when I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, about 80 yards away, I caught a glimpse of dark brown fur moving behind some aspens. At first my brain tried to rationalize it as a bear, but the flash I saw was too tall, way too tall. It had to be at least 8 feet high, and the fur was a deep chocolate brown color, almost like wet bark. My hands were shaking as I tried to get my phone out to take a picture, but by then it was gone. The breaking branches continued, moving away from me, and then I heard that same bizarre elk call again, this time from the direction where the creature had gone. I radioed Jake and Steve immediately, trying to keep my voice steady. "Get back to the meeting point, now!" They must have heard something in my voice because they didn't argue. We met up about 20 minutes later at our predetermined spot, and that's when Steve told me he'd been hearing strange wood knocks all morning, like someone taking a baseball bat to a tree. As we were comparing notes, we heard 3 distinct knocks from different directions around us, forming a rough triangle with our position in the middle. It was coordinated, almost like signals. Jake, who's usually pretty stoic, was visibly pale. The smell hit us again, stronger this time, and we heard heavy footsteps circling our position, just out of clear sight in the dense forest. We decided to pack it in and head back to camp. The whole way back, we kept hearing movement paralleling our trail, staying just far enough in the trees that we couldn't get a clear look. The knocking continued sporadically, always seeming to come from multiple directions at once. When we got back to camp around 11:30 a.m., things got even stranger. Our tent was intact, but all our food containers had been moved, not damaged or opened, just rearranged and stacked in a way that couldn't have been done by a bear. Some were even placed on top of each other in what looked like deliberate patterns. We didn't stick around to investigate. We packed up as quickly as we could and got out of there. The whole time, that feeling of being watched never left, and the forest remained unnaturally quiet. As we were leaving, I heard one final call, not an elk sound this time, but a long, low howl that started deep and rose in pitch before ending in something that sounded almost like words. I've never heard anything like it before or since. When we got home, I started researching. The sounds we heard matched almost exactly with recordings I found on various Bigfoot research websites. The wood knocks, the fake elk calls, the coordinated movements, it all fit the pattern. I found out later that there had been other reports from that area over the years, but I'd always dismissed them as stories. Not anymore. We haven't been back to Douglas Mountain since then. Jake and Steve don't like talking about it, but I know they saw and heard things too. I've been going over it in my mind for months now, trying to find some rational explanation, but I can't. The way it moved, the intelligence it showed in trying to mimic elk calls and coordinate those knocks, the deliberate rearranging of our camp. It was all too purposeful to be any known animal. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. But I know what I experienced that day, and I know it wasn't a bear, an elk, or any other normal wildlife. Whatever's up there on Douglas Mountain, it's something else entirely. I've heard people say that the mountains keep secrets. After what happened that day, I believe them. The most unsettling part? Sometimes at night, I still hear those knocks in my dreams, and I wake up with that same feeling of being watched. I've been hunting my whole life, but now, every time I'm in the woods, I find myself looking over my shoulder, wondering if something's looking back. I've tried to document everything I can remember about that day. The GPS coordinates of our camp were 40°31 to 15.8, N 108°23, 42.1, W. I have the exact times written down, weather conditions, everything. I've shared this information with a few researchers who study these phenomena, but I've mostly kept quiet about it until now. Some things you see in the woods change you, and this was one of them. Story 15. I've lived in a small cabin just off Forest Service Road 211 for about 4 years now. It's pretty isolated. The nearest neighbor is about 2 miles away, and the closest town is a good 30-minute drive. I work remotely as a software developer, so the solitude usually suits me just fine, usually. This happened on January 12th, around 8:45 p.m. We'd had heavy snowfall for the past 3 days, and everything was covered in about 2 feet of fresh powder. I remember checking my weather station earlier that day. It was around 15 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light wind coming from the north. The moon was nearly full, and with the snow reflecting the moonlight, visibility was surprisingly good. I was in my living room, working late on a project deadline when my motion-activated floodlight suddenly came on. This isn't unusual. I get deer, elk, and even the occasional bear wandering through my property. But something felt different this time. My dog Max, usually pretty vocal about any wildlife, was dead silent. He was sitting by the window, completely rigid, with his ears perked up and his tail tucked between his legs. I'd never seen him act like that before. That's when I heard it, a sound I still can't properly explain. It was like a cross between a deep guttural breath and a low whistle, but somehow both at the same time. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The hair on the back of my neck stood up instantly. I moved to the window where Max was sitting, and that's when I saw them. 3 large, dark figures moving across my driveway about 50 yards from my house. At first, my brain tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe they were bears walking upright. But no, these things were walking bipedally with a smoothness that no bear could manage. They were huge. I'd estimate at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. Their arms were incredibly long, swinging like pendulums as they moved. The way they moved was so efficient, like they were gliding through the snow rather than trudging through it. The light from my floodlight and the moonlight reflecting off the snow gave me a decent view of their features. They were covered in what looked like dark, matted fur, not black, but more of a deep brown or dirty grey colour. It was hard to make out their faces, but their heads seemed to sit directly on their shoulders, with little to no visible neck. What struck me most was how synchronized they were. They moved in a perfect line, maintaining the same distance from each other, like they were performing some kind of coordinated movement. Their gait was unlike anything I've ever seen, long, fluid strides that covered an impossible amount of ground with each step. I grabbed my phone to try and record them, but my hands were shaking so badly that by the time I got the camera app open, they'd already covered a significant distance. I did manage to get a few seconds of footage, but it's mostly just dark shapes moving against the snow. The video doesn't do justice to what I saw. Then something happened that I still can't explain. They were moving towards the tree line on the other side of the road, and I was following their tracks in the snow with my eyes. These weren't small impressions. Each footprint was easily 18 inches long. But then, about 15 feet from the tree line, the tracks just stopped. Not like they gradually faded out or were covered by other tracks. They literally ended mid-stride, as if these creatures had simply vanished into thin air. The rational part of my brain kept trying to come up with explanations. Maybe they jumped, but there was no sign of impact anywhere nearby. Maybe they turned around, but there were no return tracks. They just disappeared. The most unsettling part was the smell that lingered afterward. When I finally worked up the courage to go outside the next morning to examine the tracks, there was this overwhelming odor, like wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation and something metallic. It was so strong it made my eyes water. The smell hung around for days, even though we had more snowfall. I took photos of the tracks and measurements. The stride length between footprints was consistently around 6 feet. The prints themselves were clearly humanoid but massive, with 5 distinct toe impressions. What really got me was the depth of the impressions. These things must have been incredibly heavy to sink so deep into packed snow. I reported it to the local Forest Service, but I could tell by their reaction that they didn't take it seriously. They suggested it might have been elk or moose, but I know what elk and moose look like. These were something else entirely. Since that night, things have been different around here. The local wildlife patterns have changed. The elk that used to regularly pass through my property have stopped coming entirely. Max refuses to go out at night anymore, and when he does go out during the day, he stays close to the house. I've installed more security cameras and motion sensors since then. Haven't seen anything like that again, but sometimes, especially on snowy nights, I hear that same whistling breath sound in the distance. And occasionally, when the wind is just right, that distinct smell returns. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just sharing what I saw. I've been an outdoorsman all my life, spent countless hours in these woods, and I've never seen anything that comes close to explaining what I witnessed that night. Some things just defy explanation, I guess. The tracks in the snow that just ended mid-stride. That's what keeps me up at night. How is that possible? Where did they go? These questions haven't left my mind since that night. I still live here, still work from my cabin, but I don't feel the same sense of solitude anymore. Now, especially at night, it feels more like I'm being watched. I've thought about moving, but something keeps me here. Maybe it's the hope of seeing them again, of getting better evidence next time. Or maybe it's because I know that whatever I saw that night, whatever those creatures were, they were here first. This is their territory, and I'm just a visitor. One thing's for certain, I'll never look at Pike National Forest the same way again. There are things out there that we can't explain, things that challenge everything we think we know about what's possible. I know because I saw them, even if I still can't believe it sometimes. Story 16. I've spent my entire life in the Navajo Nation, specifically in the region near Canyon de Chelly, Arizona. What I'm about to share happened during the summer of 1997, when I was 19. Like many Navajo families, we practiced traditional sheep herding, taking our flock into the higher elevations during the summer months to graze. This was something we'd done for generations. My grandmother did it, my mother did it, and now I was doing it alongside my family. That particular summer was unusually dry. The monsoon season was late, and the vegetation was sparser than usual. We had set up our summer camp near a natural spring about 15 miles from the nearest paved road, at an elevation of around 7,000 feet. Our camp consisted of 2 canvas tents, one for sleeping and one for supplies, and a traditional hogan we used during longer stays. We had about 60 sheep in our flock that year. The first strange thing I noticed was the behavior of our dogs. We had 2 working dogs, both experienced herders who'd been with us for years. About 3 weeks into our summer grazing, they started acting differently. They'd growl at nothing in the darkness, and during the day, they'd sometimes stop dead in their tracks and stare intently into the dense pine forest that surrounded our grazing area. My mother noticed it too, but we initially chalked it up to coyotes, or maybe a mountain lion in the area. The incident I'll never forget happened on July 15th. The day had been blazing hot, and I had taken the afternoon shift watching the sheep. Around 4 p.m., I went to check on our water supply at the spring, which was about 200 yards from our main camp. The spring fed into a small, concrete-lined catchment that my grandfather had helped build decades ago. As I approached the spring, I noticed an overwhelming silence. Usually, you'd hear birds, insects, the wind in the pines. But there was nothing. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I got that feeling you get when someone's watching you. I slowed my pace, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. That's when I saw it. Near the spring catchment, there was a figure kneeling down. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it as a person, maybe another herder or a hiker, but within seconds, I knew this wasn't human. The figure was massive, easily 7 feet tall, even in its kneeling position. It had broad shoulders, covered in dark reddish-brown hair that looked matted and rough. The hair wasn't uniform in color. Some patches were darker, almost black, while others had a more cinnamon tone. What struck me most was how it was drinking. It wasn't on all fours like an animal. It was kneeling, using its hands to scoop water to its mouth, almost like a person would. Its hands were huge, easily twice the size of a human's, with thick fingers that seemed too dexterous for what my mind was telling me I was seeing. I stood frozen, maybe 50 feet away. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The creature must have sensed my presence because it suddenly stopped drinking. It didn't turn around immediately. It just became very still, like a statue. Then it slowly turned its head to look at me over its shoulder. I'll never forget its face. It wasn't like the Bigfoot you see in documentaries or movies. Its face had a distinctive profile. A prominent brow ridge, yes, but also a surprisingly human-like nose, though broader and flatter. Its eyes were dark but clearly visible, and they held an intelligence that terrified me more than any animalistic aggression could have. They were alert, aware, calculating. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then it slowly stood up to its full height. I noticed it had to be at least 8 feet tall. Its body was proportional, not gangly or awkwardly built like you might expect. It had a massive chest and powerful-looking arms, but it stood upright, completely bipedal, like a human. That's when my survival instincts finally kicked in. I backed away slowly at first, then turned and ran as fast as I could back to camp. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, not running, but walking with purpose. The ground seemed to vibrate with each step. When I reached camp, I was hyperventilating. My mother took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. Our dogs were going crazy, barking and growling while running back and forth in front of the tents, but they wouldn't venture beyond them. I told my mother what I'd seen. She didn't dismiss me or laugh. Instead, she got very quiet and serious. She went into the supply tent and came back with sage, which she immediately began burning. She spoke to me in Navajo, telling me about stories she'd heard from her grandmother about the tall people who lived in the mountains. According to her, they weren't necessarily evil, but they were powerful and demanded respect. That night was the longest of my life. We could hear movement around our camp, heavy footsteps circling at a distance, just beyond where our lantern light reached. Every now and then, we'd hear wood knocking against wood, like someone hitting a tree with a stick, coming from different directions. The sheep were unusually quiet, huddled together tightly. Our dogs stayed close to the tent entrance, alternating between growling and whimpering. Around midnight, the activity increased. We could hear heavy breathing outside our tent, and something large brushed against the canvas. The shadow it cast in the lantern light was enormous. There was a distinct smell too, like wet dog combined with something musty and organic, similar to overturned soil or rotting leaves, but more pungent. My mother continued burning sage and praying quietly in Navajo. I sat there, clutching my grandmother's turquoise necklace, trying not to make a sound. The creature circled our tent several times, occasionally stopping to stand still near the entrance. Each time it stopped, the dogs would go completely silent. At one point, it made a sound I'll never forget. A long, low vocalization that started like a deep hum and rose to something between a howl and a whoop. The sound seemed to reverberate in my chest, and almost immediately, we heard a similar call answer from somewhere in the distance. This continued until just before dawn. As the sky began to lighten, the activity gradually ceased. When the sun finally rose, we found large footprints all around our camp. They were roughly 16 inches long and incredibly deep in the soil, suggesting whatever made them was extremely heavy. The prints showed clear toe impressions and a distinct arch, much more human-like than ape-like, but massively scaled up. We also found broken branches on several trees around the camp, snapped off at heights of 7, 8 feet, far higher than any person could reach comfortably. Some of the trees had patches of that same reddish-brown hair stuck to the bark. My mother insisted we not take pictures or make plaster casts of the prints, saying it would be disrespectful. Instead, she performed a blessing ceremony, and we moved our camp the next day to another grazing area about 5 miles away. We never had another direct encounter like that one, but for the rest of the summer, we would occasionally hear those same wood knocks and calls in the distance. Our dogs never quite returned to their normal selves that summer, and we noticed that certain areas they simply refused to go into, no matter how much we tried to guide them there. This experience changed my understanding of our world and the beings we share it with. In Navajo culture, we're taught that there are many kinds of people, not all of them human, who inhabit this land. That day at the spring showed me the truth of those teachings in a way I never expected. I've never shared this story widely before. When people talk about Bigfoot or Sasquatch, they often describe aggressive encounters or situations that sound more like horror movies. What I experienced was different, unsettling and terrifying, yes, but also somehow profound. The creature I saw wasn't a mindless beast. It displayed intelligence, curiosity, and perhaps even a form of restraint. It could have easily harmed us that night, but chose not to. To this day, I still help with the summer grazing, but I never go to check the spring alone anymore. Sometimes, when I'm up in those mountains, I'll catch that distinctive smell on the wind, or hear a distant wood knock, and I know they're still out there. My mother taught me to leave offerings of corn pollen when we graze in certain areas, and to always show respect for the beings we share the land with. After what I experienced, I understand why these traditions are so important. Story 17. I've lived near Trinidad, Colorado for most of my life, right at the base of Pfizer Peak. Been here 22 years to be exact, and I never thought I'd be writing something like this. I'm still shaking as I type this, even though it happened 3 days ago. I keep questioning if I should share this at all, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. It was last Thursday, October 17th. I usually wake up early to check on my property before heading to work. I've got about 6 acres of land that backs up against the canyon. That morning was particularly crisp, around 38 degrees, with this weird fog hanging low in patches. It was about 5:45 a.m., still pretty dark, but with just enough pre-dawn light to see outlines and shapes. I was doing my usual walk along the fence line with my coffee, checking for any damage from the recent winds we'd had. The air was dead still that morning, which was unusual for this time of year. What first caught my attention was how quiet everything was. Usually there's at least some bird activity at dawn. We get a lot of magpies and jays that make a racket. But there was nothing. Complete silence. Even the creek that runs through the back of my property seemed muted somehow. I remember getting this weird feeling in my stomach, like something wasn't right. You know that sensation when you feel like you're being watched? It was exactly like that, but 10 times stronger. I've been around wildlife all my life. We get bears, mountain lions, the usual Colorado wildlife, but this felt different. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up. I stopped walking and just stood there, trying to figure out what was making me so uneasy. That's when I caught a whiff of something that nearly made me gag. It was this overwhelming smell, like a mix of wet dog, rotting meat, and something else I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I've smelled dead animals before, and this wasn't that. It was more musky, pungent. I don't even have the right words for it. As I was trying to process the smell, I heard something that made my blood run cold. From the direction of the canyon, there was this sound of rocks shifting, but not like when a small animal moves through them. This was heavy, like something big was moving. Then I heard what I can only describe as wood splintering, not like a branch breaking, but like something was actually pulling apart a tree. I slowly turned toward the canyon edge, which is about 150 yards from where I was standing. That's when I saw it. I know how this is going to sound, but I swear on everything I hold dear that what I'm about to describe is exactly what I saw. This figure emerged from behind a cluster of scrub oak. It was huge, not like big guy huge, but legitimately massive. I'm 6'1", and this thing had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe even taller. Its shoulders were impossibly wide, and it was covered in this dark, matted hair that looked almost reddish-brown in the dim light. But what really struck me was how it moved. It was walking. No, more like running, in this bizarre way I've never seen before. There's a small drainage ditch that runs along that area, maybe 2 feet wide, and this thing was moving along it in a way that defied logic. It was like it was using the ditch for balance, but its legs were straddling it, moving with this fluid grace that no human could replicate. Its arms were insanely long, occasionally touching the ground as it moved, but not in an ape-like way. It was more like they were being used for additional balance. The way it moved was so efficient. That's the only word I can think of. Despite its size, it was covering ground incredibly fast, but with almost no sound. The stride length was massive. I later measured the spaces between some broken vegetation where it passed, and they were consistently around 6 feet apart. I stood there frozen, my coffee mug slipping from my hand and shattering on the ground. The sound seemed to catch its attention because it suddenly stopped moving. That's when it turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out its face clearly in the dim light, but I could see its eyes catching what little light there was. They had this reddish shine to them, like when you catch an animal's eyes in a flashlight beam, but more intense. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, we just stared at each other. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even think. Then it made this sound. Not a growl, not a roar, but this deep, resonating sound that I felt in my chest more than heard with my ears. It was like a combination of a whale song and thunder, if that makes any sense. I've never heard anything like it before or since. Then, in one fluid motion, it turned and moved toward the canyon edge. The way it navigated the steep terrain was impossible. It didn't climb down. It almost flowed down the canyon wall, using its long arms to grab trees and rocks for balance, covering ground that would take me 20 minutes to carefully navigate in what seemed like seconds. Once it disappeared into the canyon, I finally managed to move. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely walk. I practically ran back to my house, locked the door, and spent the next hour just sitting at my kitchen table, trying to process what I'd seen. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could function normally that day. Later that morning, when I finally worked up the courage to go back out there, I found evidence that I hadn't imagined it all. There were these massive impressions in the ground, not clear footprints because the soil is pretty rocky, but definite depressions where something heavy had walked. The scrub oak it had passed through was damaged, with branches broken at a height that would be impossible for a person to reach without a ladder, and that smell, it lingered in the area for hours. I found something else too, something that still gives me chills. In one of the broken branches, there was this clump of hair caught in the bark. It was about 4 inches long, coarse, and that same reddish-brown color I'd seen. I put it in a Ziploc bag, but I'm not sure what to do with it. I'm afraid if I report this, people will think I'm crazy. Hell, I'm starting to wonder if I'm crazy. The weirdest part? Since that morning, things have been completely normal. No more sounds, no weird smells, no feeling of being watched. It's like whatever it was just passed through and moved on, but I can't shake the memory of what I saw. Every morning when I look out toward that canyon, I wonder if it's still out there, if it's watching, if it'll come back. I've heard stories about Bigfoot sightings in Colorado before, but I always dismissed them as myths or misidentified bears. Now, I don't know what to think. I know what I saw wasn't a bear, wasn't a person in a suit, wasn't anything I can rationally explain. The way it moved, its size, that sound it made, it was something else entirely. I've started keeping a loaded rifle by my bed, something I've never felt the need to do before despite living in an area with plenty of wildlife. I've also installed motion sensor lights covering every inch of my property. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but that encounter changed something in me. It made me realize that there are things out there we don't understand, things that defy explanation. I haven't told many people about this, just my brother and my closest friend. My brother thinks I should report it to someone, maybe a wildlife authority or one of those Bigfoot research groups. My friend thinks I should just forget about it and move on. But I can't forget it. Every time I close my eyes, I see that figure moving with impossible grace along that drainage ditch, see those eyes reflecting in the pre-dawn light, hear that bone-shaking sound it made. I'm writing this down partly to preserve the details while they're still fresh in my mind, and partly because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar in this area. I've lived here for over 2 decades, and I thought I knew every animal, every sound, every smell these mountains could produce. But what I saw that morning, that was something else entirely. There's one last detail that's been bothering me, something I haven't told anyone else. Just before it disappeared into the canyon when it made that sound, I swear I heard a response. From somewhere deep in the canyon, there was an answering call, similar but different in pitch. It was fainter, more distant, but unmistakable, which means whatever I saw might not have been alone. I still walk my property every morning. I refuse to let fear change how I live my life, but I don't do it in the dark anymore, and I always carry my rifle. Sometimes, when the wind is just right, I catch a hint of that smell again, or think I hear something moving in the canyon. And every time I look at that bag with the hair sample, I wonder what it would tell us if I had it analyzed. But part of me doesn't want to know. Maybe some mysteries are better left unsolved. What I do know is this. There are things in these mountains that we can't explain, things that don't fit into our neat categories of known wildlife. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, or maybe lucky, I still haven't decided which, you might catch a glimpse of them. Just hope they're passing through, like mine seem to be. because the thought of something that size, that powerful, deciding to stick around, that's what really keeps me up at night. Story 18. I work as a wildlife photographer, specializing in tracking and photographing mountain goats in the Pacific Northwest. That morning, my friend Derek, who works as a park ranger, and I decided to team up with two other experienced outdoorsmen, Mike and Chris, who we'd met through a local hiking group. We planned to document some unusual animal movement patterns that had been reported in the area. The weather that morning was crisp and clear, around 28 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 2 degrees Celsius, with about 2 feet of fresh powder from the previous night's snowfall. We took two pickup trucks, Derek's Ford F-150 and Mike's Chevy Silverado, and headed out around 6:30 a.m., wanting to catch the early morning animal activity. About 12 miles up Forest Service Road 38, we came across something that made us stop. The fresh snow showed a set of tracks unlike anything I'd seen in my 15 years of wildlife photography. They were massive, easily 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length between prints was consistently around 4-5 feet, suggesting whatever made them was enormous. The tracks crossed the road and disappeared into the dense forest on both sides. I remember feeling my stomach drop when I first saw those prints. They were so clearly defined in the pristine snow. You could see the impression of 5 distinct toes, and the depth suggested whatever made them was incredibly heavy. As a photographer who's tracked everything from elk to grizzlies, these prints didn't match any known wildlife in the area. We decided to park the trucks and investigate further. The morning sun was just starting to filter through the trees, creating long shadows across the snow. I grabbed my camera gear and binoculars, while Derek took his ranger gear, including a GPS unit. Mike and Chris brought their tracking equipment and some basic survival gear, standard procedure for any off-trail exploration in these mountains. The tracks led east into a heavily wooded area. As we followed them, the forest became unnaturally quiet. Usually you'd hear squirrels, birds, or at least some wind in the trees, but there was nothing. That silence. It felt heavy, oppressive almost. I've spent countless hours in these woods, but I'd never experienced anything like this. About 300 yards from the road, we came to a small clearing. The tracks continued through it, but what caught our attention were the trees at the edge of the clearing. Several branches were broken off at a height of about 8-9 feet, and not in a way that snow load would cause. These were clean breaks, all facing the same direction, as if something large had pushed through. I lifted my binoculars to scan the tree line on the far side of the clearing, and that's when I saw it. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was looking at. About 150 yards away, partially obscured by a cluster of snow-laden pines, was a large, dark figure. It was standing upright, easily 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a massive frame. The thing that struck me most was how it moved, not like a bear or any other quadruped trying to stand, but with the natural posture of something that regularly walks on 2 legs. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the binoculars steady. The creature was covered in dark, thick hair, almost black, but with a reddish tint where the morning sun hit it. Its arms were proportionally longer than a human's, hanging down past its knees. The head sat directly on the shoulders, with no visible neck, and it had a pronounced brow ridge that shadowed its eyes. I couldn't speak. My mouth went dry, and my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Derek must have noticed something was wrong, because he whispered, "What is it?" But I couldn't find the words. How do you tell someone you're looking at something that isn't supposed to exist? The creature was methodically moving through the trees, occasionally reaching up to grab at branches nearly 10 feet off the ground. Its movements were deliberate and surprisingly graceful for something so large. Every few steps it would stop and turn its head slightly, as if listening. Then it happened. It turned in our direction. Even from that distance, I could feel its gaze. It's hard to describe the primal fear that courses through you when you realize you're being watched by something that massive and unknown. My instincts were screaming at me to run, but I was frozen in place. The silence was suddenly broken by a sound I'll never forget, a low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to come from deep within the creature's chest. It wasn't a growl like a bear or a roar like a mountain lion. It was deeper, more resonant, and completely alien to anything I'd heard in nature before. The sound seemed to reverberate through the clearing, and I could feel it in my chest. Mike, who was standing slightly behind me, grabbed my shoulder and started slowly backing up. The creature took a step forward, and that's when the smell hit us. A powerful, pungent odor like wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation and something musky I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. What happened next still gives me nightmares. The creature suddenly moved with incredible speed for something its size. In 2 massive strides, it covered about 40 feet, heading not directly at us, but at an angle toward the denser part of the forest. The sound of its movement through the snow and underbrush was unlike anything I've heard. Powerful, deliberate steps that seemed to shake the ground. We didn't stick around to see where it was going. We retreated to the trucks as quickly as we could while trying not to run. Everything I'd learned about wildlife encounters told me running could trigger a predator's chase instinct. The walk back seemed to take forever, even though it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes. Once we got back to the vehicles, we just sat there for a while, trying to process what had happened. Nobody spoke for several minutes. Finally, Derek broke the silence by asking me what I'd seen through the binoculars. I was reluctant to say it out loud. Saying Bigfoot felt ridiculous, like it would somehow make the whole experience less real. But there was no other explanation that fit what we'd witnessed. We took photographs of the tracks and broken branches before leaving, and I have them saved, but they don't come close to conveying the reality of what we experienced. The photos show the tracks and broken branches, but they can't capture the unnatural silence, the smell, or the sheer presence of that creature. After that day, I've gone back to that area several times, always with other people, but we've never seen anything like it again. The tracks were gone the next time we visited, covered by fresh snow or melted away. Sometimes I catch myself doubting if it really happened, but then I remember that sound, that smell, and the way it moved, and I know what I saw was real. I've spent the last 2 years trying to rationalize this experience, to fit it into my understanding of the natural world. I'm a practical person. I deal in documented wildlife behavior and photographic evidence. But what I saw that day doesn't fit into any scientific classification I know of. It's changed how I view these forests, and honestly, it's changed how I view what's possible. I still go out photographing wildlife, but something's different now. Every time I'm in the woods, I find myself scanning the trees more carefully, listening more intently. I've started carrying a better audio recorder along with my camera gear, just in case. The forests feel bigger somehow, more mysterious. And sometimes, when the woods go completely silent, I get that same feeling I had in that clearing, like something's watching, something that shouldn't exist but does. I don't expect everyone to believe this story. Before that day, I probably wouldn't have believed it myself. But I know what I saw, what we all saw, and I know there are things in these mountains that we can't explain, things that remind us that maybe we don't know as much about our world as we think we do. The most unsettling part? Every now and then, when I'm reviewing my wildlife photos from various trips, I'll spot something in the background, a dark shape between trees, or what looks like a shadow that doesn't quite match its surroundings. And I find myself wondering if it's been there all along, and we're the ones who've been missing it. Story 19. It was October 12th, 2023. We'd set out early that morning around 4:30 a.m. from our camp near the base of Fossil Ridge. The weather was crisp but clear, probably around 35 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light breeze coming from the northwest. Jake had just turned 19, and this was his second elk hunting season with me. He'd been begging to go to this specific area because we'd heard about some impressive bulls being spotted there earlier in the season. The thing about Fossil Ridge is that it's pretty remote. We were about 15 miles west of Sargent's, Colorado, deep in the Fossil Ridge recreation area. The terrain there is rough, lots of steep slopes, thick pine forests, and these weird rock formations that kind of look like ancient bones sticking out of the mountainside, hence the name, I guess. We'd driven in the day before and set up camp near one of the old Forest Service roads, about 8 miles from the nearest paved road. That morning started like any other hunt. We geared up, Our rifles, both .300 Win Mag, day packs with water, some energy bars, basic survival gear, and our orange vests. I remember checking my watch as we started hiking up this game trail I'd spotted the day before. It was 5:15 a.m., still dark enough that we needed our headlamps. The first few hours were uneventful. We saw some fresh elk sign, droppings and tracks heading toward this dried-up creek bed that cut through a steep ravine. It was about 8:30 a.m. when things started getting weird. The temperature had climbed to maybe 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and the morning fog had burned off, giving us good visibility. We were following these tracks down into the ravine when I noticed something odd. The birds had stopped chirping. Now, any experienced hunter knows that sudden silence in the woods usually means something's up. I immediately slowed down and signaled Jake to do the same. That's when I caught this smell. It was like a mix of wet dog and rotting meat, but stronger than anything I'd ever smelled in the woods before. It made my stomach turn. Jake was about 15 yards behind me when he whispered, "Uncle Steve, you smell that?" I nodded and held up my hand to stop him. We were maybe 50 yards from the creek bed, standing in a small clearing surrounded by thick pine trees. The ground was covered in pine needles and scattered rocks, and there was this fallen log about 20 feet ahead of us. That's when we heard it. This weird rhythmic clicking sound, like someone striking rocks together, coming from down in the creek bed. Mixed in with the clicking were these low, guttural grunts that didn't sound like any animal I've ever encountered in these woods. And I've heard pretty much everything. Bears, mountain lions, elk, you name it. This was different. I motioned for Jake to stay put, and I slowly moved forward, keeping low and trying to stay behind cover. As I got closer to the edge of the ravine, my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The smell was getting stronger, and those grunts were getting louder. When I finally got to a position where I could see down into the creek bed, I froze. About 40 yards away, crouched by the dry creek bed, was something. It was huge. I'd estimate at least 8 feet tall if it had been standing upright. Its entire body was covered in dark brown, almost black hair, long and matted in some places. The creature was sitting on its haunches, hunched over something on the ground. What really got me was how deliberate its movements were. It was holding 2 rocks about the size of softballs and methodically striking them together. Every few strikes, it would make this low, rumbling grunt and tilt its head like it was listening for something. I've spent my whole life in these mountains. I know what bears look like, even when they're in weird positions. This wasn't a bear. The proportions were all wrong. Its arms were too long, its shoulders too broad, and even crouched down, I could tell it had a distinctly humanoid shape. I must have shifted my weight or made some small noise because suddenly the creature's head snapped up. I'll never forget what I saw. Its face was dark, with deep-set eyes under a prominent brow ridge. It had a broad, flat nose, and its face was covered in the same dark hair as its body, but shorter. For maybe 2 seconds we made eye contact. I felt this overwhelming sense of intelligence in its gaze. Not animal intelligence, but something else. Something that made my skin crawl. Then, everything happened at once. The creature dropped the rocks and moved with shocking speed. Despite its massive size, it cleared the creek bed in what looked like a single bound. The way it moved was terrifying. This combination of raw power and agility that shouldn't be possible for something that big. I stumbled backward, nearly falling, and that's when I heard Jake shout behind me. The creature darted between 2 large pine trees, moving uphill through the forest with incredible speed. The sound of breaking branches and its heavy footfalls echoed through the woods. Jake ran up to me, his rifle raised, but by then all we could see was the vegetation moving as the creature crashed through the underbrush. The whole encounter probably lasted less than 30 seconds, but it felt like hours. We stood there for several minutes, both of us breathing hard, before we worked up the courage to approach the creek bed where the creature had been. In the soft mud, we found footprints, massive ones, at least 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. They were clearly defined in the mud, showing what looked like 5 toes and an arch, almost human-like but massive. The stride length between prints was enormous, easily over 6 feet. We also found the rocks it had been holding. They were smooth river rocks, and one had fresh marks on it where it had been struck against the other. There was no blood, no half-eaten prey, nothing to indicate what it might have been doing there. The smell lingered in the area for at least an hour after the creature left. We tried to follow its trail, but it headed up into some really thick brush and rocky terrain. The broken branches and disturbed ground showed its path for about 100 yards before the sign disappeared in the rocky soil. We didn't hunt anymore that day. In fact, we packed up camp and left that afternoon. Jake was pretty shaken up, and honestly, so was I. We reported it to the local Forest Service office, but I could tell by their faces they didn't really believe us, even though they took our statement politely enough. I've been back to Fossil Ridge since then, but never to that specific area. The weird thing is, about a month after our encounter, I heard from another hunter who had a similar experience in the same general area, same description of the creature, same rock-clicking sounds. He didn't want to make a formal report because he was worried people would think he was crazy. I've spent countless hours trying to rationalize what we saw that day. I've looked at pictures of bears in different positions, read about known wildlife in the area, everything I could think of to explain it. But I know what I saw. That creature, whatever it was, wasn't anything known to science. The deliberate way it was using those rocks, the intelligence in its eyes, the impossible speed and agility for its size, it all points to something that shouldn't exist, but does. The encounter changed how I feel about being in the wilderness. I still hunt, still spend time in the backcountry, but I'm different now, more alert, more aware that maybe we don't know everything about what's out there in the remote corners of our world. Every time I hear the woods go quiet or catch an unusual scent on the wind, I remember those few seconds of eye contact with something that shouldn't exist, and I wonder if it's watching me again. Some nights, when I'm lying in bed, I can still hear that rhythmic clicking of stone on stone, still smell that overwhelming musky odor, and still see those intelligent eyes staring back at me. I don't expect everyone to believe this story. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told it to me. But I know what Jake and I saw that day, and I know that somewhere up there in the Fossil Ridge wilderness, something incredible and terrifying is still out there, watching and waiting. Whoa. Story 20. Away. I've worked the night shift at the Copper King mine in Lewis County, Washington for about 8 months now. What happened to me 3 weeks ago still keeps me up at night, and I'm only sharing this because I need to get it off my chest. I've always been the skeptical type. I'm 6 or 5 inches myself, so I'm used to being the big guy in the room. But what I saw that night, it made me feel small for the first time in my life. It was October 12th, around 2:15 a.m. The mine's located about 30 miles outside of Morton, deep in the Cascade foothills. Usually there's at least one other person working security with me, but Dave called in sick that night, so I was covering the entire perimeter alone. The weather was typical for October in Washington: misty rain, temperature around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, with patches of fog rolling in from the valley. My job is pretty straightforward. I make rounds every 2 hours, checking the fence line, equipment yard and main entrance. The mine's been closed for actual mining since the 90s, but we still have millions worth of equipment stored there, plus they're doing environmental assessments for possibly reopening it. I just finished my 2 a.m. round and was walking back to the security office when I first noticed something was off. The normal night sounds, crickets, occasional owl calls, the distant creak, just stopped. It wasn't a gradual thing either. It was like someone hit a mute button. The hair on the back of my neck stood up immediately. Then came the smell. Anyone who's ever worked around wild animals knows they each have their own scent, but this was different. It was this overwhelming, putrid odor, like rotting meat mixed with wet dog, but much stronger than any bear or mountain lion I've encountered. The smell was so intense it made my eyes water. I reached for my flashlight, one of those heavy-duty mag lights we carry, and that's when I heard it. About 50 yards ahead, near the old processing plant, there was this sound of metal scraping against metal. Not like equipment settling, but like something was moving the old drums we keep there. My first thought was bears. We get them sometimes, especially in fall when they're fattening up for winter. I switched on the flashlight and swept it toward the sound. I wish to God I hadn't. Between 2 rows of storage containers, I caught movement. Something massive shifted in the darkness. The beam caught what I first thought was a bear standing on its hind legs, but this thing was huge. I'm 6'5", and this creature was at least 4 feet taller than me. Its shoulders were incredibly broad, easily twice the width of mine, but it wasn't a bear. The proportions were all wrong. It had long arms that hung down past its knees, and even in the dim light I could see it was covered in dark matted fur. The thing that really got me, though, was how it moved. It was fluid, almost human-like, but not quite right. When my light hit it, it turned toward me. I'll never forget seeing those eyes reflect back. They were large, dark, and undeniably intelligent. Not animal eyes, not human either, something in between. I stood there frozen. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. The creature and I just stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it made this sound, not quite a growl, not quite a grunt, something deep and guttural that I felt in my chest more than heard. That's when I broke. I turned and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I was terrified. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, feeling the ground shake slightly with each impact. The sound of its movement wasn't like an animal on 4 legs. It was bipedal, but the strides were massive. I made it to the security office and slammed the door shut, hands shaking so bad I could barely lock it. Through the window, I could see movement in the darkness. The creature circled the office a few times. I could hear its breathing, deep and rhythmic, an occasional wood creaking as it moved around the building. I grabbed my phone and called my supervisor, Mark. I'm not embarrassed to say I was crying when he picked up. How do you tell someone that you, a grown man who's worked security for years, are hiding in an office from something that shouldn't exist? Mark must have heard the terror in my voice because he didn't question me. Just said he was calling the police and would be there in 30 minutes. Those were the longest 30 minutes of my life. The creature stayed around the office for about 15 minutes, occasionally making those deep vocalizations. Then suddenly, everything went quiet again. When Mark arrived with 2 county sheriff deputies, they found me still locked in the office. They searched the area and found evidence that something had been there. Several 55-gallon drums had been moved around, and there were these massive footprints in the mud. The deputies took photos and measurements, but I could tell they were skeptical. The prints were about 16 inches long and showed clear toe impressions. Definitely not bear tracks. They found broken branches on trees about 8, 9 feet up, and there was this weird pattern of damage on some of the trees, like something had been marking its territory. The smell still lingered in certain areas, strong enough that one of the deputies actually gagged when he got near the processing plant. I've worked 3 shifts since then, but only during daylight hours. I'm looking for another job now. Some people at work think I'm crazy or that I imagined it, but they weren't there. They didn't see those eyes or feel the raw power emanating from that thing. They didn't hear those footsteps or that sound it made. The thing that really haunts me isn't just how big it was, though being dwarfed by something when you're 6'5" is terrifying enough. It's the intelligence I saw in those eyes. Whatever I encountered that night wasn't just some animal. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was curious about me, but it was also showing me that I was in its territory. I've tried to rationalize it, to explain it away, but I know what I saw. The company installed more security cameras after the incident, and they've had 2 more cameras damaged in the past week. They blamed it on vandals, but I know better. Whatever that thing was, it's still out there. I've lived in Washington my whole life, spent countless hours in the woods, and I've never experienced anything like this. I used to laugh at people who claimed they saw Bigfoot. Now, I don't laugh anymore, because whatever I saw that night was real, and it was far more terrifying than any campfire story could convey. The weirdest part? Sometimes when I'm driving home late at night, I swear I can smell that same distinctive odor, just for a second, but it's enough to make my heart race. I take a different route home now, and I never drive through that area after dark. Some things you just don't mess with, and whatever lives in those woods definitely falls into that category. Story 21. It was supposed to be a routine Monday delivery, just like any other. I had one last package to deliver on a secondary road near Willamette National Forest. The sun was starting to set, and I remember checking my watch. It was around 6:20 p.m. I was eager to finish up and head home when my delivery truck started making this weird clicking sound. Within seconds, the engine just died completely. I tried restarting it several times, but nothing. Great, just great. I was stuck on this narrow gravel road, surrounded by dense forest on both sides, with poor cell reception. I managed to get through to the towing company, but they said it would be at least 45 minutes before they could reach me. Being early fall, it wasn't completely dark yet, but the shadows were getting longer, and the forest was starting to look more intimidating. About 10 minutes into waiting, I noticed something odd. The usual forest sounds, birds, small animals rustling around, they just stopped. It was like someone had hit a mute button. That's when I first caught that smell. God, that smell. Anyone who works outdoors knows what a dead animal smells like, but this was different. It was this overwhelming stench of decay mixed with something musky, like wet dog, but way worse. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I was texting my wife to let her know I'd be late when I heard it. The distinct sound of branches snapping. Not like when a squirrel or deer moves through the underbrush. These were big branches, breaking under significant weight. The sounds were coming from the forest on the passenger side of my truck, maybe 50 yards in. That's when my heart nearly stopped. In my side mirror, I caught movement. At first I thought it might be a bear. We get those sometimes in this area. But when I adjusted my position to get a better look, I saw something that defied explanation. Through the gaps in the trees, I could make out this massive, dark figure. The way it moved was eerily human-like, but so much bigger. I'm 6'1" and this thing had to be at least 8 feet tall. What really got to me was how it moved. It wasn't just wandering around, it seemed to be methodically searching for something. It would crouch down, almost like it was picking things up off the forest floor, then move a few steps and repeat the process. Its movements were deliberate, almost careful. The way its muscles moved under what appeared to be dark, matted fur, it was like watching a linebacker crossed with a gorilla. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone, but I knew I had to document this. Nobody would believe me otherwise. I managed to start recording, but the combination of my trembling hands and the fading light made it hard to get a clear shot. I got about 12 seconds of footage before my phone died. Of course it would die right then. I had been using it all day on my route. Those 12 seconds barely show anything definitive, just this dark mass moving between trees, and you can hear my breathing, which sounds embarrassingly panicked. But what happened next is burned into my memory. The creature suddenly stopped what it was doing and stood up to its full height. Even partially obscured by trees, its sheer size was staggering. That's when it turned its head, just slightly, in my direction. I couldn't see its face clearly through the foliage, but I could feel it looking at me. You know that sensation when you're being watched? Multiply that by 1,000. My whole body went cold and I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. We stayed like that, in this terrible standoff, for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then it made this sound, not quite a growl, not quite a huff, something between the two that seemed to reverberate in my chest. That broke my paralysis. I locked all the doors, fat lot of good that would do, and slid down in my seat, trying to make myself as small as possible. I could hear it moving again, but the footsteps seemed to be getting further away, heading deeper into the forest. When the tow truck finally arrived around 7:10 p.m., I was still huddled in my seat, drenched in cold sweat. The driver must have thought I was losing it. I probably looked like I'd seen a ghost. In a way, I had. Before leaving, I asked the tow truck driver to walk with me to check something. Near where I'd seen the creature, we found several sets of footprints in the soft ground just off the road. They were huge, about 16 inches long, and deep, like whatever made them was incredibly heavy. Some of the prints had clear toe impressions, definitely not bear tracks. We also found several broken branches, not just small ones, but thick branches that would take considerable force to snap. The tow truck driver took a few pictures of the prints with his phone, but they didn't come out great in the failing light. He seemed skeptical, but couldn't explain the prints either. By then, I just wanted to get out of there. I've spent countless hours analyzing those 12 seconds of blurry video. Most people who see it say it's too dark and shaky to make anything out clearly. Maybe they're right. But I know what I saw. I've done that route hundreds of times since then, but I never stop in that area anymore, and I make damn sure to finish my deliveries before sunset. The worst part isn't the skepticism I face when I tell this story. It's the fact that I still drive past that spot regularly, and every single time I can't help but scan the tree line. Sometimes, especially in the evening, I swear I catch a whiff of that same distinct odor. And every time my blood runs cold, remembering those moments when I realized that the stories I'd dismissed my whole life might actually be true. What I saw that day has changed how I look at those forests. People ask me why I don't report it officially or go public with the video, but unless you've experienced something like this firsthand, you can't understand how it affects you. Some things are better left alone. All I know is that something incredibly large and intelligent lives in those woods, and it's better at hiding than we are at finding it. I still deliver mail on that route, but I'd be lying if I said I feel the same about it. Every time I drive past that spot, my heart rate picks up a little. Sometimes when the forest goes quiet, I wonder if it's still out there watching. The rational part of my brain tries to explain it away, but deep down, I know what I saw. Some things you just can't unsee, no matter how much you might want to. Story 22. I've been a commercial fisherman at Lake Tahoe for over 15 years, and what happened last June still keeps me up at night. I'm finally writing this down because I need to make sense of it, and maybe someone out there has seen something similar. It was June 12th, 2021. Me and my two business partners, Mike and Steve, had just started our summer season at the lake. We'd been setting up our nets in this quiet cove on the Nevada side, about 3 miles from any major tourist spots. It's a sweet spot we've been using for years. Deep water close to shore, minimal boat traffic, and usually great catches. That morning started like any other fishing day. We arrived at our spot around 5:15 a.m., just as the sky was beginning to lighten. The air was crisp, probably mid-40s, and there was this light mist hanging over the water. Something felt off right away. You know that feeling when the air just feels heavy? Like right before a storm? That's what it was like, except there wasn't a cloud in the sky. We took our small boat out to check the nets we'd set the previous evening. Mike was at the helm, while Steve and I were ready to start hauling. As we got closer to the first net, I noticed something wasn't right. The buoys were all wrong, some were missing, others were tangled. We'd been doing this long enough to know our nets don't just get tangled on their own. When we pulled up to the first net, my stomach dropped. It was completely shredded. Not just torn, it looked like something had deliberately ripped through it. The strange thing was, the tears weren't random. They were almost methodical, like something had carefully picked it apart, rather than just thrashing through. But what really got to me was what we found on the shore. There were piles of fish, our catch from the night before, stacked in neat little groups of 3 or 4. They weren't just scattered around like you'd expect if a bear had gotten to them. They were deliberately arranged, and each fish was partially eaten in almost exactly the same way. The belly area was torn open and the internal organs were gone. I'd seen bear attacks on fish before, and this wasn't it. Bears don't stack their food. The whole scene made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Steve suggested we check the shoreline for tracks, and that's when things got even weirder. In the mud near the water's edge, we found footprints, not bear prints. These were clearly 5-toed impressions, like a human foot but massive. I put my size 11 boot next to one for scale, and it was easily twice as long. The stride length between prints was huge, maybe 5, 6 feet apart. What really shook me was finding clumps of dark, coarse hair tangled in what was left of our nets. It wasn't like bear fur. It was longer, darker, and had this strange texture I can't really describe. Steve put some in a Ziploc bag. He's always been the most level-headed of us three. We were all pretty rattled, but Mike remembered that his buddy Tom had a cabin about a quarter mile down the shore with security cameras. We packed up what was left of our gear and headed there. Tom was actually home, and when we told him what happened, his face went white. He showed us his security footage from around 3:40 a.m. The quality wasn't great, typical night vision camera stuff, but what we saw still haunts me. This massive figure, walking on 2 legs, methodically working its way through our nets. The way it moved was wrong. Too fluid for a bear, too powerful for a person. The camera angle caught it mostly from behind, but at one point it turned slightly, and I swear you could see the muscles moving under what looked like thick fur. The height was hard to judge from the camera angle, but comparing it to the trees in the frame, we figured it had to be at least 8 feet tall. Tom then told us something that made everything even creepier. For the past few weeks, he'd been hearing strange noises at night. He described them as rhythmic knocking sounds, like someone hitting trees with a baseball bat, but in a specific pattern. He'd written it off as kids messing around, but after seeing our nets, we called the local Fish and Wildlife Service, and they sent someone out that afternoon. The ranger was professional, but you could tell he was disturbed by what he saw. He took samples of the hair and made casts of the footprints. He told us he'd been working in the area for 12 years and had never seen anything like it. Bears don't do this kind of organized destruction, he said, and the footprints didn't match any known wildlife in the area. What really gets me is the intelligence behind it all. The stacked fish, the methodical way the nets were taken apart, the fact that it seemed to know exactly where to find our nets and how to disable them without completely destroying them. This wasn't just some animal looking for an easy meal. We moved our fishing spot after that, obviously. Lost about $2,000 worth of nets, but there was no way we were going back there. The weird thing is, we never heard of any similar incidents in the area after that. No more destroyed nets, no more stacked fish. It's like whatever it was just moved on. I still fish that lake almost every day, but I won't go near that cove anymore. Sometimes early in the morning when the mist is rising off the water, I think I hear those knocking sounds Tom described. Could be anything. Boats, wood expanding in the cold, who knows? But I don't stick around to find out. The samples we collected were sent to a lab somewhere, but we never heard back about the results. The ranger who took our report retired last year, and when I called the office to follow up, they said they had no record of our incident. Tom sold his cabin a few months later, said he couldn't sleep there anymore. I'm not saying it was Bigfoot. I'm not saying I know what it was. All I know is that in 15 years of commercial fishing, I've never seen anything like it, and I never want to see anything like it again. Whatever it was smart, it was strong, and it knew exactly what it was doing. The fact that it was so deliberate in its actions is what scares me the most. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching, waiting. I just hope I never find out. Story 23. Our team of 5 was conducting a routine forest health survey, something we'd done countless times before. The job was pretty straightforward. Assess tree conditions, document any disease or insect damage, and mark areas for potential management. We were working at around 7,000 feet elevation, in an area that hadn't seen much human activity. The terrain was rough, lots of old-growth forest with dense undergrowth. The weather that March was particularly harsh, with temperatures dropping well below freezing at night. It started with something that seemed odd, but not impossible to explain. On our 3rd day up there, we came across what looked like deliberately constructed shelters. Now, I've seen my share of fallen trees and natural formations, but these were different. The trees were bent and woven together in ways that didn't make any sense. Some of them were living trees that had been forcibly bent and intertwined with others. We're talking about trees 6, 8 inches in diameter, bent like they were twigs. The engineering involved would have required tremendous strength. Inside these structures, there were 3 of them, arranged in a rough triangle about 50 yards apart. We found something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There were piles of partially eaten wild berries and small animal bones arranged in perfect circles. Not scattered like you'd expect from animal activity, but deliberately placed. Being scientific-minded people, we started documenting everything. We set up our standard wildlife cameras and audio recording equipment around the structures. The first night, everything was normal. But on the second night, something happened that I still can't explain. All of our equipment, every single camera and audio recorder, had been turned off. Not just turned off, but the batteries had been removed and placed neatly beside each device. The equipment itself had been moved and repositioned, facing different directions. We checked the memory cards, but there was nothing. No footage of whatever had done this. We reset everything, thinking maybe it was some kind of technical malfunction, though deep down we knew that wasn't possible. The same thing happened the next night, and the night after that. Each morning, we'd find our equipment disabled and rearranged. Whatever was doing this understood how these devices worked. But what really shook us happened on the fourth morning. It had snowed lightly overnight, and when we went to check the structures, we found fresh tracks leading from one of them. These weren't any normal tracks. I've tracked every animal in these woods, bears, elk, mountain lions, but these prints were something else entirely. They were 19 inches long, with 5 distinct toes deeply pressed into the frozen ground. The stride length was massive, easily over 6 feet. We followed them for about 300 meters before they disappeared into a creek. The tracks weren't the only thing that disturbed us. When we reviewed what little audio we managed to capture before the equipment was disabled, we heard something that still gives me chills. There were these deep, rhythmic vocalizations unlike anything I've ever heard in the wilderness. They were almost like chanting, but at such a low frequency that you could feel it more than hear it. Our audio specialist, who's worked with wildlife recordings for decades, couldn't match it to any known species in the region. The atmosphere in camp changed after that. You know that feeling when you're being watched? It was constant. The forest would go completely silent at random times. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Just dead silence. And the smell. There was this powerful musky odor that would come and go. Not like a bear or any other animal I'm familiar with. It was more human-like, but much stronger and more pungent. One night, I was on watch. We'd started taking shifts after the equipment incidents, when I heard heavy footsteps circling our camp. Whatever it was moved with purpose, methodically making its way around our perimeter. The footsteps were so heavy, they made our coffee cups vibrate. None of us slept that night. The breaking point came when we found one of our survey markers, a solid metal pole driven 3 feet into the ground, completely uprooted and bent into a U-shape. That's when our team leader called it. We packed up and left the next morning, leaving thousands of dollars worth of equipment behind. Nobody argued. I filed a detailed report with our department, complete with photographs of the structures and tracks. They sent up another team a week later, but by then, everything was gone. The structures had been dismantled, the tracks were washed away, and there was no sign of our equipment. The official explanation was that we'd encountered some kind of elaborate hoax, but I know what we experienced up there. I've spent my entire career in these forests. I'm familiar with every trick, every natural explanation, every way the mind can play tricks on you in the wilderness. This was different. Something intelligent was watching us, studying us, maybe even trying to communicate in its own way. Something that didn't want to be documented, but wanted us to know it was there. I still work as a forestry technician, but I won't take assignments in that part of Mount Baker anymore. Some of my colleagues think I'm being ridiculous, but they weren't there. They didn't see those structures or those tracks or feel that presence in the darkness. I don't know what we encountered up there, but I do know one thing. We weren't alone in those woods, and whatever was there was far more intelligent and powerful than any known wildlife in the Pacific Northwest. The strangest part? About a month later, I received an unmarked package at my office. Inside was one of our wildlife cameras, wiped clean of any footage, but otherwise undamaged. There was no note, no explanation, just the camera, carefully packed and returned. I keep it on my desk as a reminder that there are still things in our forests that we can't explain, no matter how hard we try. Story 24. I've worked as a janitor at Pine Valley Elementary in western Montana for almost 12 years now, and what I experienced last winter still keeps me up at night. I've gone back and forth about sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. I know how it's going to sound, but every word is true. It started in early January 2020. We'd been having issues with the dumpsters behind the cafeteria getting raided, which wasn't totally unusual. We'd dealt with bears before, but this was different. These heavy-duty dumpsters were locked with industrial padlocks, and something was still getting into them, not just knocking them over, but methodically going through them. Whatever it was organized about it. I remember the night of January 15th perfectly. We'd had heavy snow all day, about 8 inches of fresh powder on top of what was already there. The temperature had dropped to around 5 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind was brutal. I was doing my final perimeter check before heading home, something I always do at the end of my shift around 11:30 p.m. The school sits about 4 miles outside of town, surrounded by dense forest on 3 sides. In winter, it gets pitch black out there. I noticed the cafeteria lights were flickering, which happens sometimes with heavy snow. I was heading around back to check the backup generator when I heard it, this weird shuffling sound coming from the dumpster area. My first thought was kids, maybe, though it made no sense in this weather at this hour. I pulled out my heavy-duty flashlight, one of those big mag lights we use for power outages. The beam caught movement by the dumpsters and I froze. What I saw, I still have trouble processing it. There was this massive figure, had to be at least 7.5 feet tall, crouched by the dumpsters. But here's the thing. It wasn't just ransacking them like an animal would. It was sorting through things, methodically. The creature was covered in thick, dark hair, not matted like you might expect, but almost glossy in the flashlight beam. In the fresh snow, I could see every detail with horrible clarity. Its hands, and they were hands, not paws, were massive but moving with this unsettling precision. It was separating the cafeteria waste into distinct piles, what looked like fruit and vegetables in one, meat products in another. The smell hit me then, this powerful musky odor mixed with something else I can't quite describe, kind of like wet dog combined with decomposing leaves, but more chemical. The wind was blowing it right at me. I stood there paralyzed for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it happened. The creature sensed me. It stopped moving, completely still, and slowly turned its head toward me. The way it moved was so deliberate, so intelligent. Its eyes caught the flashlight beam and reflected back this deep reddish amber color. My hand was shaking so bad the flashlight beam was dancing all over the place. I've never felt cold sweat freeze on my skin before, but I did that night. The creature and I just stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but couldn't have been more than a few seconds. Then it stood up to its full height. Jesus Christ. I've seen bears rear up, but this was something else entirely. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, and despite being covered in hair, you could see the muscle definition. It wasn't just big, it was built. The way it moved was nothing like an animal. It was too fluid, too controlled. What happened next haunts me the most. Instead of charging or running away, it deliberately started packing some of the sorted food into what looked like a crude pouch made from torn insulation material from our old gym renovation. The whole time, it kept one eye on me. The intelligence in those eyes. It wasn't animal intelligence. It was something else. Suddenly, the backup generator kicked in with a loud whir, and all the exterior lights came on at once. The creature moved so fast I almost couldn't track it. For something that big, it had to be at least 400 pounds. The speed was impossible. It cleared the 6-foot chain-link fence in one fluid motion, barely touching the top, and disappeared into the tree line. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, my feet frozen to the spot, before I could make myself move. When I finally did, I went straight to the security office. We have cameras covering the dumpster area, and I checked the footage immediately. There it was, 8 minutes of footage showing this massive figure methodically going through our dumpsters. The quality isn't great because of the snow, but you can clearly see how it moves, how it organizes things, the way it uses its hands. It's not like any animal I've ever seen. The next morning, I went out to check the area. The snow had stopped, and everything was crystal clear. The tracks were perfect, 16 inches long at least, with clear toe impressions, the depth of them in the snow. Our maintenance guy did some calculations based on the compression and said whatever made them had to weigh at least 400 pounds. But here's the weirdest part. There was a clear trail showing how it had come and gone, and the stride length was enormous. In the deepest snow, where I was struggling to walk, there were places where it looked like this thing had just glided over the surface. I reported it to my supervisor, who called the local wildlife service. They took some photos and made plaster casts of the prints, but ultimately wrote it off as a large bear, despite the obvious hand impressions and the organization of the food. They didn't even try to explain the footage. The strange thing is, after that night, the dumpster raid stopped completely. It's like whatever it was knew it had been spotted and moved on. But sometimes, on really cold nights when I'm doing my final checks, I swear I can feel eyes watching me from the tree line, and occasionally I'll find those same sorted piles of cafeteria food. But now they're in the woods just beyond the fence, like it's still coming back, just being more careful not to be seen. I've gone over that night thousands of times in my head. I've worked around wild animals all my life. We get bears, mountain lions, all sorts of wildlife up here. This was something else. The way it moved, the intelligence in its eyes, the deliberate way it sorted through things. I can't explain it. I don't even try anymore. I just know what I saw, and I know that our forests hold secrets we're not meant to understand. The security footage is still saved on our system, and the plaster casts of the prints are locked in my supervisor's office. I look at them sometimes, just to remind myself I'm not crazy. But I don't need reminders. Some things you see, you can't unsee. Some things change the way you look at the world forever. For me, it was those 8 minutes on a snowy night in January, watching something that shouldn't exist methodically sorting through our garbage like it was doing inventory. I still work the same shift, still do my rounds, but I never go out to check the dumpsters at night anymore. Some things you only need to see once to know better. Story 25. It was April 15th, 2023. My wife Sarah, our 2 kids, Emma 12 and Mike 9, and I had set up camp at the Heart of the Hills campground. We'd done this trip several times before. It's about a 3-hour drive from our home in Portland, and we usually go in spring when the crowds are thinner. The weather that day had been perfect for camping. Clear skies, around 55 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light breeze rustling through the towering Douglas firs surrounding our site. We'd picked a somewhat isolated spot, maybe 200 yards from the nearest occupied campsite. The area was heavily wooded, with thick undergrowth typical of Olympics rainforest environment. Our tent was positioned near the edge of a small clearing, with our picnic table and gear about 15 feet away. We had our usual setup, a 6-person Coleman tent, camping chairs, cooler, and various gear spread around the site. Looking back, I remember thinking how peaceful everything felt that evening. The kids had been excited about using their new camping gear. Emma had gotten a new headlamp, and Mike had this fancy multi-tool he wouldn't stop playing with. We'd spent the evening roasting marshmallows, telling stories, and planning our hike for the next day. Around 10 p.m. we all turned in, tired from the day's activities. What happened next? I've replayed it in my mind countless times, trying to make sense of it. I woke up suddenly at 4:20 a.m. I remember checking my watch because the time seemed odd. At first I thought it was just normal forest sounds that had woken me, but then I heard it. Heavy, deliberate breathing right outside our tent. Not animal panting, but slow, rhythmic breaths that sounded almost human-like, but deeper, more resonant. The breathing was accompanied by footsteps, slow, methodical steps that made the ground vibrate slightly. Whatever it was huge. I lay there frozen, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would wake everyone up. Sarah was already awake beside me, her hand gripping mine tightly. The kids were still sleeping, thank God. Then we saw it, a massive silhouette projected onto our tent by the quarter moon's light. The figure must have been at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. It moved with an eerily purposeful manner, stopping at our camping table. We could hear it picking things up, setting them down, moving them around. The sound of metal sliding against metal made my skin crawl. What really got to me was how it handled our equipment. This wasn't random animal behavior. There was clear curiosity and intelligence in its actions. I watched, paralyzed, as it picked up Emma's headlamp. The creature turned it over several times. We could see the movement clearly silhouetted against the tent wall. Then it figured out the switch. Click, off, click, on, click, off. Each time it switched the light, it would make this low, rumbling sound, almost like a hum of interest. The smell hit us next, a powerful, musty odor, like wet dog mixed with something rotting. It was so strong it made my eyes water. Sarah was shaking beside me, and I could feel cold sweat running down my back. The creature moved to our cooler next, and the sound of it dragging across the ground seemed impossibly loud in the pre-dawn silence. I had my phone in my sleeping bag, and in what was probably the stupidest decision of my life, I decided to try and get evidence. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock the screen. As I raised the phone to take a picture through the tent wall, I made the rookie mistake of forgetting about the flash. The bright light illuminated the entire tent for a split second, and what happened next will stay with me forever. The creature made this sound, not a roar or a growl, but a long, low whistle that seemed to resonate in my chest. It was unlike anything I've ever heard before or since. It started low and rose in pitch, almost like it was asking a question. Then everything went silent. The breathing stopped. The footsteps stopped. That horrible smell lingered. We lay there for what felt like hours, but was probably only 45 minutes, too terrified to move. As the sky started to lighten, we finally heard normal forest sounds returning. Birds starting to chirp, small animals rustling in the undergrowth. Only then did I dare to unzip the tent and peek outside. What we found made my blood run cold. Every single metal object from our campsite, cooking utensils, Emma's headlamp, Mike's multi-tool, our cooking grates, even the aluminum tent poles we'd left out, was arranged in a perfect straight line, pointing due north. I measured it later. The line was exactly 12 feet long. Some of the items had been carried from where we'd left them the night before, placed with bizarre precision. But that wasn't all. Around our campsite we found footprints, massive impressions in the soft ground, about 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. They were clearly defined in some places, showing what looked like 5 toes. The stride length between prints was enormous, nearly 6 feet apart in places. We also found several branches snapped off trees at a height of about 8 feet, clean breaks that would have required tremendous strength. We packed up camp faster than we ever had before. The kids were confused and scared by our rush to leave, but we didn't tell them what had happened until we were safely in the car and miles away. I did manage to take some photos of the footprints and the line of metal objects, but they don't do justice to what we saw. The pictures came out grainy in the early morning light, and somehow seeing them on a screen makes the whole thing seem less real than what we experienced. The rangers didn't seem surprised when we reported it. They took our statement, but were pretty dismissive, suggesting it was probably some local kids playing pranks or maybe a bear, though they couldn't explain the arranged objects. One older ranger pulled me aside after taking our report and told me they get similar stories from that area every few months, but they're instructed not to discuss them officially. It's been 7 months, and I still wake up sometimes hearing that whistle in my head. Sarah refuses to go camping anymore, and honestly, I don't blame her. The kids have mostly forgotten about it, but they both sleep with their lights on now. I've spent countless hours researching similar encounters in the Olympic Peninsula area, and while I've found some reports that share similarities with our experience, none of them mention the systematic arrangement of objects or the whistling. I don't know what we encountered that night. I'm not claiming it was Bigfoot or any other specific creature, but I know what we experienced wasn't normal wildlife behavior. The intelligence and purpose behind its actions, the methodical inspection of our gear, the precise arrangement of the metal objects, it all suggests something far more complex than any known animal. The thing that really gets me, that I keep coming back to, is the whistle after the camera flash. It wasn't aggressive or threatening. It seemed almost like communication, like it was expressing surprise or curiosity. Sometimes I wonder if we weren't the ones being studied that night. I don't know if anyone else has experienced something similar in Olympic National Park, but I needed to share this. We haven't gone back to that campground, and we probably never will. Some things you just can't explain away, no matter how hard you try. Story 26. It started during a routine geological survey in the Salmon Chalice National Forest, about 30 miles from the nearest town. I was documenting cave formations for a research project on historical seismic activity in the region. The area was remote. We're talking serious backcountry. My base camp was set up near an unexplored cave system I'd identified through satellite imagery. On October 12, 2018, I made my first descent into what I initially thought would be just another survey site. The cave entrance was fairly narrow, requiring me to shimmy through sideways for about 15 feet before it opened into a larger chamber. The temperature drop was immediate, from the mild 65 degrees Fahrenheit outside to around 48 degrees Fahrenheit in the cave. I had all my usual gear: helmet with LED light, backup flashlights, sample collection kit, camera, GPS unit, though it wouldn't work deep inside, and emergency supplies. The first thing that struck me as odd was the lack of typical cave-dwelling creatures. No bats, no insects, nothing. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional water drop. About 200 feet in, the main chamber split into 3 passages. I marked my path with surveyor's tape and took the rightmost tunnel, which seemed to slope gently downward. That's when I found the first paintings. Let me be clear, I've seen Native American pictographs before. These were different. The pigments looked wet, almost fresh, with that distinctive sheen that natural ochre has before it fully dries. The images themselves were unlike anything I'd encountered in my career. They depicted tall, bipedal figures, easily 8-9 feet in height based on the scale of the drawings. The proportions were all wrong for human figures, impossibly long arms, massive shoulders, and a distinctly ape-like head shape, but with an eerily human posture. My first thought was vandalism. Maybe some local kids had found the cave. But the more I examined the paintings, the less sense that made. The pigments were clearly natural, created from minerals found in the cave system itself. I took samples and dozens of photos, documenting everything meticulously. The application technique wasn't brush-based. It looked more like the pigments had been applied directly with hands or some kind of primitive tool. What really got to me was finding stone tools scattered near the paintings. These weren't your typical Native American artifacts. They were crude but effective implements, some kind of hammerstones and scrapers made from local basalt. They didn't match any known archaeological patterns I was familiar with. The wood tools were even stranger, crude but purposeful objects that seemed designed for grinding and applying pigments. I spent about 6 hours documenting everything before heading back to camp. That night, the forest felt different. You know that feeling when you're being watched? It was like that, but amplified. The usual night sounds, owls, insects, the wind in the trees, they all seemed muted somehow. I had a hard time sleeping, and twice I heard what sounded like heavy footsteps moving around my camp. But when I shined my flashlight out, there was nothing there. The next morning, I went back into the cave. That's when things got really strange. There were new paintings. I'm absolutely certain they weren't there the day before. I had photographed every inch of that section of wall. These new images showed what looked like astronomical patterns, crude representations of star configurations, but not matching any current star charts I could find later. I set up a trail camera near one of the newly painted areas. It was a Bushnell trophy cam, with infrared capability, rated for complete darkness. I also set up a motion-activated game camera at the cave entrance, just in case. Over the next 3 days, new paintings appeared every night. Each morning, I'd find fresh pigments, still wet to the touch, depicting more of these strange figures, along with abstract patterns that reminded me of mathematical sequences. The silence in the cave seemed to get heavier each day. My instruments started acting up. Compass readings would suddenly spin, my GPS would show impossible coordinates when I was near the entrance, and my phone's battery would drain in minutes even when it was turned off. On the 4th night, at exactly 2:15 a.m., the trail cam captured something that still haunts me. The infrared image shows a massive figure, at least 8 feet tall, crouched near the cave wall. It's applying something to the rock face with what looks like a primitive tool. The figure is mostly in shadow, but you can make out massive shoulders, long arms, and what appears to be thick hair covering its body. The image is grainy, trail cam photos always are, but clear enough to see that whatever this was, it wasn't human. I wish I could share the photo, but when I tried to download it, my laptop crashed, and the camera's memory card corrupted. I know how convenient that sounds, and it's one of the reasons I've hesitated to share this story. What I can share are my field notes and the mineral samples I collected from the pigments. The next morning, I found not just new paintings, but an entire chamber I hadn't noticed before. The entrance to it had been hidden behind some fallen rocks that had been moved aside. Inside, there were hundreds of paintings, some that looked decades or even centuries old, others that were clearly recent. They told a story I still can't fully interpret. Images of celestial events, migrations, and what looked like interactions with human settlements over time. That's when I heard it, a deep, resonant sound, like nothing I've ever heard before. It wasn't quite a growl, not quite speech, but something in between. It came from deeper in the cave system, and it was answered by another call from somewhere above ground. The cave floor vibrated slightly with each sound. I'd like to say I stayed to investigate further, but instinct took over. I grabbed my essential gear and got out of there as fast as I could. As I was leaving, I heard heavy movements in the cave behind me, and what sounded like stone tools clattering against rock. When I reached my camp, I packed everything in record time. The whole way back to my vehicle, I could hear movement in the forest paralleling my path just out of sight. The breaking branches and heavy footfalls suggested something large, but it never showed itself. I've been back to the general area twice since then, with other researchers, but we've never been able to find the exact cave entrance again. The GPS coordinates I recorded lead to a blank rock face. The geological survey I was conducting remains incomplete. I had the pigment samples analyzed at 3 different labs. The results were inconclusive. They're definitely natural pigments, but the binding agent used to make them adhere to the rock doesn't match anything in our database. The stone tools I collected are currently being studied by a colleague who specializes in prehistoric tool use, but their preliminary findings suggest manufacturing techniques that don't fit any known human technological development pattern. I'm not claiming to know what I encountered in that cave. As a scientist, I deal in observable facts and measurable data. What I can say with certainty is that something intelligent was creating those paintings, using tools, and moving through that cave system with purpose. The figure captured by my trail cam was real, and it was not human. The research paper I was working on remains unfinished. How do you include observations like these in a geological survey? My field notes from those 5 days are locked in my office desk. Sometimes, late at night, I pull them out and read through them again, trying to make sense of what I saw. The one thing I'm certain of is that there are things in our forests, in our caves, that we haven't begun to understand. I still work as a geologist, still do field research, but never alone anymore, and I always check newly discovered caves for fresh paintings. Story 27. It started on July 15th. I remember the date clearly because we were doing our monthly equipment check at one of our most isolated sites, about 30 miles outside of Gunnison. The tower sits on a ridge at around 9,000 feet elevation, surrounded by dense pine forest. Usually I enjoy the solitude up there, just me, my partner Mike, and the endless Colorado wilderness. But that morning felt different from the moment we pulled up in our service truck. First thing I noticed was how our tool staging area had been completely rearranged. We always set up our equipment under a small covered workspace near the base of the tower. Everything, and I mean everything, had been meticulously organized. All our wrenches were lined up by size, smallest to largest. The power tools were grouped by type. Even our loose screws and bolts had been sorted into neat piles. At first I thought Mike had come up early and organized everything, but he was just as confused as I was. Then we saw the footprints. They were pressed deep into the soil around the workspace, at least 16 inches long and incredibly wide. Whatever made them was massive, and they were fresh, probably from the night before since we'd had a light rain. I've seen bear tracks plenty of times, but these were clearly feet, human-like feet, just enormous. The whole scene was unsettling enough that I decided to check the security footage. We have basic motion-activated cameras set up mainly to deter vandals. What I saw on that footage made my blood run cold. At around 2:30 a.m., this huge figure just appeared in frame. The video quality isn't great, especially at night, but I could clearly make out that it was at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. It moved with purpose, not like any animal I've ever seen. The creature spent almost 3 hours at our site. The way it examined our equipment was what really got to me. It wasn't just random curiosity. It would pick up tools, study them, and deliberately place them with similar items. It showed what I can only describe as intelligence. At one point, it held up one of our calibration devices to the moonlight, turning it over in these massive hands, like it was trying to understand how it worked. The next few nights, I started staying late at the site. I know it was probably stupid, but I had to know more. That's when I heard the sounds. I'm not talking about normal forest noises. I know what owls, coyotes, and elk sound like. These were different. The The best way I can describe it is like someone trying to imitate mechanical clicks and whirs, almost like it was mimicking our equipment. Mixed in were these low, murmuring sounds that seemed to have a pattern to them, almost like speech, but not quite. I managed to record some of these sounds on my phone. The quality isn't great because of the wind, but you can clearly hear this rhythmic clicking, followed by what sounds like deep, guttural mumbling. The sounds always seem to come from different directions in the forest, like whatever was making them was moving around the perimeter of our site. Things escalated over the next few weeks. We started finding these strange stone structures appearing near the tower. Not just random piles. These were carefully balanced stacks of rocks, some of them arranged in geometric patterns. The largest ones were over 6 feet tall, and given the size of some of those rocks, it would take incredible strength to move them. What really got to me was that new ones would appear overnight, but we never caught them being built on camera. The last straw came when we found one of our diagnostic tablets missing. It wasn't an expensive piece of equipment, just a basic Android tablet we used for running tests. But a week later, it was back in our workspace. The weird part? It had been taken apart and put back together, almost perfectly, except a few screws were left over. The battery had been removed and placed beside it, like whatever took it apart was studying how it worked. After that incident, the company agreed to install better security cameras and lighting. We also started scheduling maintenance visits in pairs, no solo work allowed. But here's the thing, once we made those changes, all the activity just stopped. No more organized tools, no new stone structures, no sounds in the night. It was like whatever had been studying us had learned what it wanted to learn and moved on. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Believe me, I've run through every possible explanation. Pranksters? In that remote location, multiple nights in a row, bears or other wildlife? Not with that level of deliberate, intelligent behavior. The footprints alone rule out any known animal in these mountains. To this day, whenever I'm at that tower site, I can feel eyes on me from the tree line. The other techs laugh it off now, but they also never work there alone, and nobody stays past sunset. We never filed an official report. Who would believe us? But I know what I saw on that footage, and I know what I heard in those woods. I've been up in these mountains my whole life, but now I look at them differently. Sometimes when I'm doing maintenance at our other remote sites, I'll notice tools slightly out of place, or hear those distinctive clicks in the distance, and I wonder, how many of these things are out there, and what exactly are they trying to learn from us? The company's official stance is that it was probably just vandals or wildlife, but they still approved all those security upgrades without question, and they never questioned our new buddy system policy. I think they've seen more than they're willing to admit at other sites. I've heard rumors from techs in other states about similar incidents. Tools rearranged, equipment studied, stone structures appearing near remote installations. Makes me wonder if there's some kind of pattern we're not seeing. I still have the sound recordings and some photos of the footprints and stone structures saved on my personal hard drive. I've thought about sharing them online, but I know how that would look. My job means too much to me to risk becoming that crazy Bigfoot guy. But I know what I experienced wasn't natural, wasn't human, and definitely wasn't my imagination. These days, I keep my flashlight a little closer when I'm working late, and I always check the security footage first thing in the morning. The incident changed how I view our relationship with the wilderness. There's something out there that's intelligent enough to study us, organized enough to learn from us, but still completely unknown to science. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone at a tower site, I swear I can hear those clicks and murmurs coming from the dark spaces between the trees, like they're still out there, still watching, still learning. Story 28. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but what happened to me in Wyoming back in May 2020 has been eating at me for over 3 years now. I'm a wildlife photographer, specializing in birds of prey, and I've spent countless nights alone in the wilderness. What I encountered during those 3 nights in the Bridger-Teton National Forest wasn't anything I'd ever seen before or since. I'd been tracking a pair of golden eagles that had nested in a remote area about 15 miles southeast of Jackson. The location was perfect, a steep ridge overlooking a valley, densely forested with lodgepole pines and far from any hiking trails. I'd set up my base camp in a small clearing about half a mile from the nest site, with 5 camera traps positioned strategically along the ridge to capture the eagle's hunting patterns. The equipment wasn't cheap. We're talking about professional-grade Reconyx cameras with infrared capabilities, each worth about $600, plus some custom modifications I'd made for extended battery life and weather resistance. I'd been using these same cameras for years without any issues. They were built to withstand everything from grizzlies to mountain lions. That first day started normally enough. I'd arrived around noon, spent about 4 hours setting up the cameras, and marked each location on my GPS. The weather was mild for May in Wyoming, around 55 degrees Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, with a light breeze from the northwest. I remember checking each camera at least 3 times to ensure they were properly secured and aligned. This wasn't my first rodeo. I'd been doing this kind of work for over a decade. Everything changed around 2 a.m. that first night. I was in my tent, reviewing some footage on my laptop when I heard it. A distinct metallic clicking sound coming from the direction of my nearest camera trap, about 200 yards away. At first, I assumed it was just the mechanism triggering for wildlife, but something felt off about the rhythm. It wasn't the usual quick succession of photos being taken. It sounded more like someone was deliberately manipulating the camera. I grabbed my night vision monocular, an ATN NVM 14-3 that I use for nocturnal wildlife observation. The temperature had dropped to around 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and there was no moon, making the forest pitch black. As I stepped out of my tent, the first thing that hit me was the silence. Wyoming nights are usually full of sound, wind in the trees, small animals, distant owl calls. But there was nothing, just that mechanical clicking sound, now accompanied by what I can only describe as heavy breathing. Through the monocular, I could see something that made my blood run cold. A figure, easily 8 feet tall, was hunched over my camera trap. What struck me wasn't just its size, it was the way it was moving, its hands. They weren't just pawing at the equipment like you'd expect from a bear. They were manipulating it with obvious purpose. I could see long fingers working the camera's housing with a dexterity that seemed impossible for something that size. I stood there, completely frozen, watching this thing methodically dismantle my camera. It wasn't destroying it, it was carefully removing the memory card. The creature's movements were deliberate, almost surgical. Through the green haze of the night vision, I could make out dark, matted fur covering its massive frame, but its hands, they looked almost human-like, just scaled up to an impossible size. The smell hit me next, a powerful, musty odor that reminded me of wet dog mixed with something more pungent like rotting vegetation. It was so strong it made my eyes water, even from that distance. I wanted to run back to my tent, but I knew any sudden movement might attract its attention. So I stood there, barely breathing, watching as this thing moved on to the next camera location. It knew exactly where to go, as if it had been watching me set them up earlier. Over the next 2 hours, I witnessed it systematically work its way through all 5 of my camera locations. Each time, the same careful removal of the memory cards, the same purposeful movements. It never seemed to notice me, or if it did, it didn't show any interest. When dawn finally came, I waited a full hour after sunrise before investigating. What I found still haunts me. Each camera had been opened with surprising precision, no damage to the housings, no bent metal, just carefully disassembled. The memory cards were gone from all of them. But here's the part that really shakes me. About 50 yards from my last camera, under a flat rock that would have weighed at least 200 pounds, I found all 5 memory cards stacked in a neat pile. They were completely intact, but each one had these massive fingerprints smudged across their surfaces. I'm talking about fingerprints that were clearly defined, but nearly twice the size of a human's. The cards were useless. Whatever had handled them had somehow corrupted all the data. Every single photo from the previous day was gone, replaced with random, pixelated garbage. The only clear images were from before I'd set up the cameras in their new locations. This pattern continued for 2 more nights. Each time, I'd hear the metallic sounds around 2 a.m. Each time, I'd witness this massive figure methodically checking my cameras no matter where I relocated them. It was like it was studying my equipment, learning how it worked. The 3rd night, I tried setting up a camera specifically to capture the creature itself, but that camera was the first one it went for. and the results were the same. Corrupted data and giant fingerprints on the memory card. After the third night, I packed up and left. I couldn't shake the feeling that this thing was sending me a message, that it understood exactly what my cameras were for and wanted me to know it wouldn't allow itself to be photographed. I've been back to that area since then, but only during daylight hours. I found huge footprints, 18 inches long, with clear dermal ridges visible in the softer soil. I've seen trees with bark stripped at heights that would be impossible for a bear to reach. But I've never seen that figure again, and I've never tried setting up overnight cameras in that location since. The thing that still bothers me most isn't just its size or strength. It's the intelligence it displayed, the careful handling of the equipment, the deliberate disposal of the memory cards, the way it seemed to understand exactly what my cameras were and how to disable them without destroying them. This wasn't just some animal acting on instinct. Whatever I encountered those nights knew exactly what it was doing. I still have those memory cards with the fingerprints. I've shown them to a few trusted colleagues, but no one can explain what could leave prints that large while also having the manual dexterity to disassemble camera equipment without damaging it. I've considered going public with this story many times, but I know how it sounds. All I can say is that something is out there in the Bridger-Teton National Forest that's far more intelligent and capable than any known wildlife, and it really doesn't want to be photographed. Story 29. The first weird thing we noticed was the trees. We're talking about these old apple and pear trees that were clearly from some abandoned homestead, but the way the branches were bent and woven together, it wasn't natural. I've been hunting these woods for 20 years, and I've never seen anything like it. The branches were carefully bent and twisted to create these sort of platform areas, about 8 feet off the ground. Not broken, mind you, but deliberately shaped, like someone had carefully trained them to grow that way over time. We noticed this on our first day out, around 2 p.m. The weather was unusually cool for August, maybe mid-60s, overcast. The platforms were loaded with fruit, but it was organized. Not just random piles. The apples were separated from the pears, and the ripe ones from the green ones. At first we thought maybe it was some kind of weird art installation or a Forest Service project, but we were a good 15 miles from the nearest road. The whole thing just felt off. That night, we made camp about 200 yards from the fruit trees. Full moon, which was great because we didn't need our headlamps much. Around 11 p.m., we started hearing movement in the canopy. Not like a bear or a mountain lion. This was deliberate, almost careful movement. The forest had gone dead quiet, which any hunter knows is a bad sign. I grabbed my phone to record the sounds, and that's when we heard it. These low, rhythmic vocalizations, not animal sounds, but not quite human either. They had a pattern to them, almost like speech, but at a much lower register than any human could make. The recording picked it up, but it doesn't do justice to how it felt hearing it in person. The sound seemed to vibrate in your chest. Then we saw it. In the moonlight, this massive figure emerged from the tree line. When I say massive, I mean massive. Had to be at least 7.5 feet tall, maybe taller. The moonlight was bright enough that we could see it clearly, covered in dark reddish-brown hair, impossibly broad shoulders, arms that hung down past its knees. But what struck me most was how it moved. Not like an animal at all. It walked upright to the fruit trees with this smooth, purposeful gait. We were frozen. Completely frozen. You know that feeling when your brain is screaming at you to move, but your body just won't respond? That's where we were. We watched as this thing, this creature, began methodically harvesting fruit from the platforms it had created. It would reach up, carefully select certain fruits, and place them in distinct piles on the ground. The level of intelligence in its movements was undeniable. It would test the ripeness of each piece before picking it, just like a person would. The really unsettling part was how it manipulated those branches. It would grasp a branch with these enormous hands and with surgical precision bend and weave it into the existing structure without breaking it. The strength and dexterity required to do that, it was incredible and terrifying at the same time. This went on for about 45 minutes. The whole time, it would occasionally make those same speech-like sounds, almost like it was talking to itself while it worked. I managed to record about 3 minutes of it on my phone, though the quality isn't great. The sounds were unlike anything I've ever heard, not grunts or growls, but complex vocalizations with distinct patterns. Then, without warning, it stopped. The creature became completely still and slowly, so slowly, turned its head in our direction. I swear to God, even from 200 yards away, I could feel it looking right at us. My phone was still recording, and you can actually hear our breathing stop on the audio. It didn't charge us. It didn't make any aggressive moves. It just watched us for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then it calmly gathered up some of the fruit piles it had made and walked back into the forest with the same smooth, deliberate movement it had shown before. The way it moved through the undergrowth, totally silent despite its size, was just unreal. None of us slept that night. We stayed up with our rifles ready, but it didn't come back. At first light, we went to check out the area. The fruit piles were still there, neatly sorted. Ripe pears in one pile, green ones in another, apples similarly sorted. The ground around the trees was clear of any fallen fruit. It had picked up every single piece. We found footprints, huge footprints at least 16 inches long, in some softer soil near the trees. The detail in them was incredible. You could see individual toe impressions. We decided to stay in the area for a few more days, setting up game cameras and trying to document what we could. Every night, we could hear movement and those same vocalizations from different parts of the forest. But we never got another clear sighting like that first night. The platforms kept being maintained, though. Every morning, we'd find fresh evidence that something had been there, organizing and sorting the fruit. The game cameras didn't catch much, just shadows and some blurry movement. But the audio recordings, those are different. I've had multiple people analyze them, and no one can identify what could make those sounds. They're clearly structured, with patterns that repeat and vary, just like language. We reported it to the Forest Service and a local Bigfoot research group. They investigated and found more of these fruit-gathering platforms throughout the area, all similarly maintained. But despite numerous attempts to observe the behavior again, no one's gotten as clear a sighting as we did that night. I still go hunting in those woods, but never in that specific area. The whole experience changed how I think about these creatures. This wasn't some mindless animal. What we saw that night showed intelligence, purpose, and a level of sophistication that I still have trouble processing. The way it maintained those platforms, sorted the fruit, and especially those vocalizations. It was like watching someone tend their garden, only that someone was a 7.5-foot-tall, unidentified primate that shouldn't exist. The recordings are still on my phone, and sometimes I play them back, trying to make sense of what we experienced. Those sounds, that deliberate movement, the careful sorting of fruit, it all points to something far more complex than the simple monster of campfire stories. But what really keeps me up at night isn't the size of the creature or even its strength. It's the intelligence we witnessed, the purposeful, organized behavior, and most disturbing of all, the fact that it knew we were watching and chose to let us see what it was doing. I've heard there have been other sightings in that area since then, and other reports of similar fruit-gathering platforms being found. But I haven't gone looking for more evidence. Some things, once you've seen them, you can't unsee. And some questions, maybe we're better off not having answered. Story 30. I've been a forest ranger at the Mount Hood National Forest in Oregon for almost 15 years now, and what I experienced last winter still keeps me up at night. Not out of fear exactly, but because I still can't make sense of it. I need to share this because it's been eating at me, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It all started in early December 2022. The first snow had just fallen, and I was doing my regular perimeter check around my cabin when I noticed something odd near the tree line, about 50 yards from my back door. At first, I thought some hikers had left trash, which isn't uncommon, but as I got closer, I realized this was different. There was a neat pile of wild huckleberries, which shouldn't even be available that time of year, arranged in a perfect circle about 2 feet in diameter. Next to it were 3 unusual rocks. One was quartz with streaks of black running through it. Another was smooth and perfectly oval, and the third looked like it might have been some kind of geode. I've dealt with plenty of wildlife and human visitors over the years, but this was different. The placement was too deliberate, too careful. I photographed everything and logged it in my daily report, though I felt kind of stupid writing "discovered arranged fruits and rocks" as an incident. The temperature that week dropped to around 15 degrees Fahrenheit, -9 degrees Celsius, and we got hit with heavy snowfall. I was in my cabin that night around 2 a.m. doing paperwork when my motion sensors went off. This wasn't unusual. We get elk, deer, and even the occasional bear. But something made me grab my thermal binoculars. I'm glad I did, because what I saw through them still makes my heart race. About 75 yards out, partially obscured by the falling snow, was a heat signature, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was huge. I'm talking at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. The thermal imaging showed it was giving off significant body heat, despite the freezing temperature. But here's what really got me. It was arranging something on the ground with what I can only describe as purpose. The movements weren't random or animalistic. They were careful, deliberate, almost human-like, but not quite. I watched, completely frozen in place, as this figure meticulously arranged what looked like branches or sticks. It would place one, step back as if examining its work, then adjust it slightly. This went on for maybe 10 minutes, though honestly, time felt weird at that moment. Then, as if sensing something, it suddenly stood completely still. The way it turned its head to scan the area was so fluid, so aware. I swear it looked directly at my cabin, and even through the thermal imaging, I felt like it knew exactly where I was. Then it just left. Not in a hurry, not crashing through the underbrush like a startled animal would. It walked away with long, smooth strides that ate up the ground in a way that defied my understanding of normal movement. The snow was coming down hard, but I could see its heat signature move through the trees until it disappeared into the tree line about 200 yards out. The next morning, I forced myself to go out and check the spot. The snow had covered most of it, but what I found was undeniable. There was an intricate arrangement of branches that had been woven together to form what looked like a small shelter or symbol, about 3 feet high and equally wide. The craftsmanship was incredible. These weren't just piled sticks. They were deliberately stripped of bark in places and woven together in a way that would have required significant dexterity and planning. But what really shook me were the tracks. The snow had preserved them perfectly. Each print was roughly 16 inches long and 8 inches wide, with 5 distinct toe impressions. The stride length was enormous, about 6 feet between steps. I've tracked every animal in these woods, and nothing matches these prints. Nothing. That was just the beginning. Over the next 3 months, I found new gifts every few days. Sometimes it would be more berries, always arranged in the same circular pattern. Sometimes unusual stones that definitely weren't from the immediate area. Once, I found what looked like a crude basket woven from pine needles and filled with fresh mushrooms, species that I know weren't in season. I started documenting everything obsessively: trail cams, photographs, measurements. But here's the thing. I never caught it on the trail cams. Not once. The batteries would die mysteriously, or the cameras would be turned slightly away from where the gifts appeared. But I did find evidence that I was being watched. There were tracks in places that offered good vantage points of my cabin, always at a safe distance, always positioned behind natural cover. The patterns became clear over time. The gifts would appear more frequently after storms, always in the early morning hours. They were usually placed in spots that were visible from my cabin, but required me to walk a bit to reach them. The arrangements became more complex as winter progressed, as if whatever was leaving them was learning, adapting, communicating. One morning in late February, I found something that still gives me chills. Among the usual arrangement of stones and berries was a small piece of metal, a button from my old ranger jacket that I'd lost on patrol months ago. It was cleaned and placed in the center of the arrangement, like the centerpiece of a display. The encounters stopped abruptly in March when the snow began to melt. The last gift I found was the most elaborate, a structure of branches that, when the sun hit it just right, cast a shadow in the shape of a perfect circle. Inside the circle were all the types of items I'd been finding over the winter. berries, stones, woven pine needles, and at the center, another one of my buttons. I've been a ranger long enough to know that everything I'm saying sounds impossible, but I have the photos, the measurements, the logs. I have plaster casts of the prints. I've searched every database and consulted with wildlife experts, trying to find a rational explanation. But I keep coming back to those nights, watching through my thermal binoculars as something that shouldn't exist, carefully arranged tokens at the edge of my world. The thing that stays with me most isn't the size of whatever I was watching, or even the incredible craftwork it was capable of. It's the intelligence behind the actions, the clear intent, the way it seemed to be reaching out, trying to establish some kind of connection or communication. There was nothing threatening about any of it, but that almost makes it more unsettling. Whatever this was, it wasn't just aware of me. It was studying me, learning about me, maybe even trying to communicate with me in its own way. I'm still at the same station. Sometimes when it snows, I find myself staring out into the darkness with my thermal binoculars, half hoping to see that massive heat signature again. The gifts haven't returned, but I often find subtle signs that something is still out there. A broken branch here, an unusual track there, and sometimes in the deepest part of the night, when the forest goes completely silent, I know I'm being watched. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Hell, some days I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw, what I documented, and what I experienced over those winter months. Whatever it was, it showed an intelligence and awareness that challenges everything I thought I knew about what exists in these forests. And maybe that's why I'm finally sharing this, because I need to know if anyone else out there has experienced something similar. If anyone else has been left gifts in the night by something that shouldn't exist. The forests of Oregon hold many secrets, but this one keeps pulling at me, demanding to be understood. All I know is that somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness of Mount Hood, something intelligent enough to create complex arrangements, something careful enough to avoid every trail camera, something massive enough to leave 16-inch footprints in the snow, has been watching me. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for the next snow to fall, ready to reach out again in its own mysterious way. Story 31. I need to share what happened at the Millstone Hill Quarry where I work as a night shift supervisor in Barre, Vermont. This all started in early June 2021, and I still can't fully process what I witnessed. I've worked in quarries for 15 years, but nothing could have prepared me for this. It began with small things that were easy to dismiss. On June 3rd, I came in for my usual 11 p.m. shift and noticed something odd about our equipment layout. Usually, at the end of day shift, tools are left more or less where they're last used. Rock hammers, pry bars, lifting chains, all scattered around the active extraction zones. But that morning, everything was organized. All the pry bars were lined up by size, longest to shortest. The hammers were stacked by weight. Even the chains were coiled perfectly and arranged by link size. I radioed Dave, the day shift supervisor, asking if they'd done some cleanup I hadn't heard about. He had no clue what I was talking about. Said everything was normal when they left at 6 p.m. I took some photos on my phone because honestly, it was weird enough that I thought someone might be messing with us. The next night was the same thing, and the next. Each morning our tools would be meticulously organized, not just placed together, but arranged with what I can only describe as purpose. The heaviest equipment, our hydraulic splitters and pneumatic drills, would be grouped by function. Someone or something was spending significant time handling equipment that takes 2 or 3 guys to move. By June 8th, we installed additional security cameras around the main equipment storage areas. The quarry already had basic surveillance, but we added 6 new high-def cameras with night vision. I remember the date clearly because that's when things got really strange. I was in the site office around 2 a.m. on June 9th doing paperwork when movement on one of the new camera feeds caught my eye. At first, I thought it was shadow play from the quarry lights we keep on at night, but then I saw it clearly. A massive figure moving between our equipment racks. My first thought was bear, but this thing was moving completely wrong for a bear. It was upright, bipedal, and most importantly, it was using our tools. I watched, completely frozen as this creature, at least 7, 5 feet tall based on the storage containers it stood next to, picked up one of our 80-pound rock hammers like it was nothing. It examined the hammer, turning it over in what looked like massive hair-covered hands before placing it carefully in line with others. The video quality was decent, but the lighting made it hard to get perfect detail. What I could see clearly was dark, thick hair covering its entire body, incredibly broad shoulders, and the deliberate way it moved. This wasn't some confused animal. It was methodically organizing our equipment. I wanted to go out there. Every safety protocol said I should investigate any unauthorized presence on site. But something kept me in that office. Call it instinct or self-preservation, but I just watched the monitors for the next hour as this thing moved through our storage area, handling equipment that usually requires our heavy machinery to move. The next morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. One of our hydraulic splitters, a piece of equipment weighing over 200 pounds, had been completely disassembled. Not broken, not damaged, but taken apart systematically. Every bolt was lined up on a nearby workbench. The hydraulic components were arranged by size, and caught in the teeth of the main gear assembly were several long, coarse hairs, darker than any bear fur I've ever seen. I bagged a few of the hairs before anyone else arrived. I've been around quarry equipment my whole life, and I know what it takes to disassemble something like that splitter. You need tools. You need understanding of mechanical systems, and most importantly, you need incredible strength to handle the heavier components. Whatever did this had all three. The following nights revealed a pattern. This creature would appear between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., always focusing on different areas of our equipment. It seemed particularly interested in our lifting equipment, chains, hoists, and pulleys. We'd find complex pulley systems assembled overnight, using our equipment in ways that honestly made sense from an engineering standpoint, just not anything we'd ever set up ourselves. Then we started finding the stone structures. Simple at first, just a few large blocks stacked with surprising precision, but they grew more complex night by night. By mid-June, we'd come in to find archways and balanced stone formations that would have required significant understanding of weight distribution and structural integrity to create. Some of these formations used stones weighing several tons, moved and placed with a precision that our own equipment operators would struggle to match. The weirdest part, these structures were always gone the next night. The stones returned exactly to their original locations. No drag marks, no equipment tracks, just impossibly heavy stones being moved silently in the dark. The camera footage from those nights shows more detail than I initially saw. The creature's movements were deliberate, almost graceful despite its size. It would test the weight of stones before lifting them, use basic lever principles with our pry bars, and seem to understand the mechanical advantage of our pulley systems. One night, we caught it using a makeshift lever system it had created to move a block that would have required our largest crane to lift. The hair samples kept appearing, caught in equipment stuck to rough stone surfaces, even found wrapped around tool handles. Always the same type, long, coarse, dark hair that didn't match any known wildlife in Vermont. June 23rd was the last night we saw it. I was in the office again, watching the cameras as usual, when the creature appeared. But this time, it seemed to know exactly where the cameras were. It stopped its work and looked directly into one of them. I'll never forget that face. Not quite human, not quite ape, but intelligent, undeniably intelligent. It held that gaze for several seconds, then deliberately turned off our main equipment floodlight. When the backup lights kicked in 30 seconds later, it was gone. That was the last time anyone saw it. The tools stopped being organized, the stone structures ceased appearing, and the quarry went back to normal. Well, as normal as it could after something like that. I still have the hair samples and some of the video footage, though most of it is too dark or grainy to make out clear details. The company did an internal investigation, but nothing ever came of it. Some of the guys joke about our night shift engineer now, but I know what I saw. Those 3 weeks changed how I view the world. Whatever that creature was, it wasn't just some animal. It showed problem-solving skills, tool use, and understanding of mechanical principles that still amazes me. But what keeps me up at night isn't the strength it showed, or even its size. It's the intelligence. Something that big, that strong, and that smart has been out there all this time and we never knew. Or maybe we did, and we just didn't want to believe the stories. I've never been a believer in cryptids or paranormal stuff. I'm a quarry worker. I deal in stone and steel and tangible things, but I know what I saw in those weeks. I know what the cameras recorded, and I know that something out there understands our tools and technology far better than any animal should. Sometimes on quiet nights I still check the equipment layout before starting my shift, half expecting to find everything neatly organized again. Story 32. Our team of 4 was conducting a standard nocturnal sound survey. We'd been gathering data on nocturnal species vocalizations for about 6 months at that point, setting up sophisticated audio equipment in various locations around the mountain. September 14th started like any other day. We had our usual setup: parabolic microphones, ground sensors, and our new ultrasonic detection system that we were testing. Around 8 p.m., we positioned ourselves in a clearing about 12 miles from Paradise Visitor Center. The weather was unusually clear for September, with a nearly full moon and temperatures around 45 degrees Fahrenheit. The location was perfect: minimal wind interference and good distance from tourist areas. We had 8 high-sensitivity microphones arranged in a half-mile radius, all feeding back to our central monitoring station. The first unusual thing happened around 10:30 p.m. We were picking up what we initially thought was elk activity, some low-frequency vocalizations in the 20 to 30 hertz range. But something was off about the pattern. In 15 years of field research, I'd never heard anything like it. The sounds had a clear structure, almost like sentences, with distinct pauses and repetitions. Dave, our technical specialist, noticed it first. "These patterns are following mathematical sequences," he said, pointing to the spectrograph. He was right. There were consistent intervals between the sound clusters, something you rarely see in natural animal vocalizations. Then things got weird. Our equipment started picking up movement about 200 yards north of our position. We could hear heavy footsteps through the ground sensors. Whatever it was had to weigh at least 500 pounds based on the seismic readings. The forest went completely silent. No insects, no nightbirds, nothing. Anyone who spent time in the wilderness knows that sudden silence means something big is nearby. I felt the hair on my neck stand up when we heard the first direct response to our equipment. We had a standard test signal playing, a series of low-frequency pulses we used to calibrate our gear. Something out there started mimicking our signal perfectly, matching not just the frequency, but the exact timing of the pulses. Sarah, our junior researcher, was the first to spot it. She was checking one of the remote microphones when her headlamp caught something that made her freeze. "There's something by Station 4, she whispered into her radio. It's adjusting the microphone." Through our night vision equipment, I could see it clearly. A massive figure, at least 8 feet tall, was standing by our equipment. Its movements were deliberate, almost careful. The creature was covered in dark, thick hair, but what struck me most was how it handled our equipment. It wasn't just touching the microphones, it was actually adjusting them, turning them slightly, like it understood their purpose. The really unsettling part was how it responded to our presence. When we moved, it moved. When we adjusted our equipment, it would pause and listen. This wasn't random animal behavior. This was methodical, intelligent interaction. For nearly 3 hours, this being moved between our different recording stations. It would stop at each one, emit a series of vocalizations, then move to the next. The vocalizations changed at each station, like it was testing different acoustic properties or responses. We found the territorial markers the next morning. Around each recording station, there were complex arrangements of broken branches and stone patterns. Not random damage, these were deliberately placed. Some branches were woven together in patterns I've never seen before, and the stones were arranged in geometric shapes that couldn't have happened naturally. The audio analysis afterward left us stunned. The vocalizations contained over 90 distinct sound types, organized in repeating patterns. There were clear correlations between certain sounds and specific responses from our equipment. The creature was literally conducting acoustic experiments with our gear. The most chilling moment came when we were packing up around 3 a.m. The being had been quiet for about 20 minutes, and we thought it had left. Then, right before we powered down the last microphone, it emitted a series of sounds that perfectly mimicked the shutdown sequence of our equipment. the exact tones our machines make when powering down. It had learned our technology's language in just a few hours. I've analyzed that audio hundreds of times since then. Every time I listen to it, I notice something new, another pattern, another deliberate interaction. Whatever we encountered that night wasn't just some undiscovered animal. It was intelligent, curious, and most disturbingly, it was studying us as much as we were studying it. The academic community has been less than receptive to our findings. We've shared our data with several universities, but nobody wants to touch this. Our department quietly archived the research, citing inconclusive results. But I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and I know that somewhere in those mountains there's something far more intelligent than we're ready to admit. The weirdest part? All our subsequent attempts to record similar phenomena in that area have failed. It's like whatever it was knew exactly when and how it wanted to interact with us, and then simply chose not to again. Sometimes I wonder if it got what it wanted from that encounter, learned what it needed to learn about our technology, and moved on. I still do sound research on Mount Rainier, but now I always feel like I'm the one being studied. Every time I set up my equipment, I wonder if it's out there, listening, understanding, and choosing when to reveal itself again. I've never felt the same about those mountains since that night. Every strange sound, every unexpected silence makes me wonder, is it back? Is it learning? And most importantly, what exactly did it learn about us? Story 33. I've been keeping bees in northern Michigan for almost 15 years now, and what I experienced last March still keeps me up at night. I'm not talking about normal wildlife encounters. I've dealt with plenty of bears and other animals trying to get at my hives. This was something entirely different, something I still can't explain. My apiary is located about 30 miles north of Traverse City, set back about 2 miles into the woods from the nearest paved road. I maintain 48 hives spread across 3 locations on my 40-acre property. The incident started on March 12, 2023, when I went to check on my eastern apiary during my regular morning rounds. At first, I thought I was dealing with another bear problem. Several of my hives had been opened, but something was off. Bears typically leave a mess: broken boxes, scattered frames, destroyed combs. What I found instead stopped me in my tracks. The hive boxes were carefully separated, with the frames methodically removed and placed on the ground. Most surprisingly, only about half the honey was taken from each frame, and the combs were largely intact. The strangest part? The frames were put back, albeit not in their original positions. The precision of it all made no sense. Even more bizarre was that my electric fence showed no signs of tampering. Whatever did this had somehow bypassed my security measures completely. I've been around long enough to know that no bear could do this. They're not exactly known for their delicate touch with beehives. That evening, I set up my Reconix trail cameras with infrared capabilities around the affected hives. I'd used these cameras before to monitor for bears and had always gotten clear footage. I also installed some additional motion sensor lights, though I was skeptical they'd help much given how deep in the woods I was. Nothing happened for 2 nights. Then, on March 15th around 2:30 a.m., my phone pinged with motion alerts from the cameras. The footage I saw the next morning made my blood run cold. I've reviewed it hundreds of times since then, and I still can't fully process what I captured. The first thing that appeared in the frame was movement among the trees about 50 yards from the hives. The infrared showed something massive, easily over 7 feet tall, moving with an eerily smooth gait between the trees. It wasn't crashing through the brush like a bear would. It was deliberately picking its path, stepping over obstacles with surprising grace for its size. As it got closer to the hives, I could make out more details. The creature was covered in thick, dark hair, but its hands, yes, hands, not paws, were clearly visible. They were massive, but the movements were incredibly precise. What really got to me was how it approached the hives. It didn't rush in like a hungry animal. It stood there for several minutes, just observing, almost like it was planning its approach. Then, I witnessed something that defied everything I thought I knew about wildlife. The creature picked up a fallen branch from nearby, and I swear to God, it modified it by stripping off the smaller branches, creating what looked like a crude tool. It used this to carefully pry apart the hive boxes, taking care not to damage them. The level of dexterity it showed was unreal. It handled the frames like it knew exactly what it was doing. The most unsettling part was the bee's reaction, or rather, the lack of one. Usually, when anything disturbs a hive at night, the bees become extremely aggressive, but in the footage, they seemed almost calm. The creature methodically worked through each frame, taking some honey but leaving plenty behind. It even seemed to avoid disturbing the brood chambers where the bee larvae develop. This continued for about 45 minutes. The creature worked systematically, moving from hive to hive. It would carefully remove each frame, extract some honey, and then, this is what really gets me, it would put everything back together. Not perfectly, mind you, but with clear purpose and care. It even used leaves to plug some gaps it had created, almost like it was trying to help maintain the hive's temperature. The smell was something else entirely. Even the next morning, there was this powerful, musky odor around the hives. Nothing like any bear or other animal I've encountered in these woods. It was this strange mix of wet dog and something else I can't even describe. That smell lingered for days. Over the next 2 weeks, it returned 4 more times. Always between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., always with the same methodical approach. I began noticing patterns. It would only take honey from hives that could spare it, leaving weaker colonies untouched. It was showing a level of understanding that sent chills down my spine. I considered calling in local authorities or wildlife services, but what would I say? That I had footage of what appeared to be a Bigfoot acting as an amateur beekeeper. I did reach out to a few fellow apiarists, but none had ever heard of anything like this. The last visit was on March 29th. The creature appeared as usual, but this time it left something behind. 3 small, crudely fashioned wooden tools, almost like primitive hive tools we beekeepers use. They were roughly carved but functional. I still have them, though I've never shown them to anyone. Who would believe me? The visits stopped as abruptly as they began. Spring came, and my bees thrived that season. Better than ever, actually. Those hives that received the nighttime visits produced more honey than my others, almost like the careful harvesting had stimulated production. I've spent countless hours reviewing the footage and examining the evidence left behind. The rational part of my mind keeps trying to find some reasonable explanation, but I know what I saw. Those weren't the actions of any known animal. The deliberate use of tools, the careful handling of the hives, the systematic approach to honey collection, it all points to something with intelligence and purpose. I still maintain my apiary in the same location, but I've installed more cameras and better lighting. Part of me hopes it'll return, while another part dreads that possibility. I've been a practical, science-minded person all my life, but this experience has shaken my understanding of what's possible. Whatever visited my apiary those nights wasn't just some undiscovered animal. It was something that showed planning, tool use, and most incredibly, an understanding of beekeeping practices that I still can't explain. The woods feel different to me now. Every time I'm out checking my hives, especially as dusk approaches, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The trees seem to hold more secrets than I ever imagined, and I've had to accept that there are things in these forests that defy our normal understanding of wildlife. I just hope that if it does return, it continues to show the same respect for my bees that it did during those strange nights last March. Story 34. I need to share what happened during my time working at the Denali weather station in Alaska during the winter of 2021 to 2022. I've been hesitant to talk about this because, honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I'm a meteorological technician, and I've been working at remote weather stations for over 8 years. What I experienced that winter challenged everything I thought I knew about the Alaskan wilderness. It started in early November 2021. The station is located about 47 miles northeast of Healy, basically in the middle of nowhere. There were 4 of us stationed there, myself, 2 other techs, Mark and Sarah, and our station supervisor, Dave. Our primary job was maintaining the weather monitoring equipment and collecting data for the National Weather Service. The first strange incident occurred on November 12th. I remember the date clearly because it was the morning after our first significant snowfall of the season. We'd gotten about 14 inches overnight. I was doing my morning equipment check at 6:30 a.m., and something felt off right away. All our external sensors and solar panels were completely clear of snow. At first, I thought maybe Mark or Sarah had done an early morning check, but when I asked them at breakfast, they both said they hadn't been outside yet. The weird part wasn't just that the equipment was clear, it was how meticulously it had been cleaned. Every sensor, every solar panel, even the small radiation shields were completely free of snow without any damage to the sensitive equipment. We've had bears and other wildlife mess with our station before, but they always leave some kind of damage. This was different. It was like someone knew exactly what they were doing. We checked the security cameras that afternoon. What we saw made my blood run cold. At around 3:45 a.m., this massive figure appeared on camera. The motion-activated lights came on, giving us a clear view. It was huge. I'd estimate at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark, thick fur. But it wasn't just some animal randomly wandering through. This thing was methodically going from device to device, carefully brushing off the snow with what looked like deliberate, almost human-like movements. The way it moved was what really got to me. It wasn't clumsy or random. It knew exactly where each piece of equipment was located. It would reach out with these massive hands and gently clear away the snow, sometimes using its fingers to carefully clean around the more delicate sensors. It even adjusted one of our anemometers that had gotten slightly twisted in the storm. None of us slept well that night. We'd all heard stories about Bigfoot, but this was different from any account I'd ever read. This wasn't some creature running through the woods or making strange sounds. This was intelligent, purposeful behavior. The next morning, I went out to check the area around the station. The snow made tracking easy, and what I found was disturbing. There were huge footprints, at least 17 inches long, making a regular path around all our equipment. The stride length was massive, about 5 feet between steps. But what really struck me was the pattern. These weren't random wanderings. The tracks showed a systematic route between all our monitoring stations, like a deliberate patrol route. We decided to set up additional cameras and motion sensors around the perimeter. Over the next few weeks, we captured more footage. The creature would show up almost every night after heavy snowfall, always between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. It never tried to break into the station or harm anything. It just methodically cleaned our equipment and left. The behavior continued throughout December and January. We started noticing other signs too. Sometimes we'd find broken branches arranged in neat piles near our backup generators, almost like it was collecting firewood. Once, after a particularly bad storm knocked down one of our smaller sensor arrays, we came out to find it propped back up and stabilized with branches. The closest we ever came to direct contact was on January 15th. We'd had a severe storm warning, and I was up late monitoring the weather station data. Around 3:15 a.m., I heard something outside my window. The motion lights came on, and there it was, not 20 feet from me. The size of it was overwhelming. Its shoulders were probably 4 feet wide, and its head was somewhat pointed, almost conical. The fur was a dark brown, almost black, with what looked like silver streaks through it. What happened next will stay with me forever. It turned and looked directly at me through the window. Its eyes, they weren't animal eyes. There was an intelligence there, a consciousness that I can't explain. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then it slowly raised one hand, almost like a wave, before turning and disappearing into the forest. The most intense encounter happened during a particularly brutal storm in early February. The temperature had dropped to -40 degrees Fahrenheit, with wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Our backup generator failed, and we lost power to several critical monitoring systems. None of us could safely go outside in those conditions, but when we checked the cameras the next morning, we saw it. The creature had spent hours in the worst of the storm, clearing snow and ice from our equipment. It had even managed to clear some ice from the backup generator's exhaust vent, which had been causing it to malfunction. The last time we saw it was March 23rd, 2022, as the winter was starting to ease up. The creature appeared one final time, did its usual rounds, and then stood at the edge of our clearing for several minutes, just looking at the station. Then it walked into the forest and never returned. We reported everything to our supervisors, of course. They sent out investigators who took photos of the tracks and collected hair samples they found caught on some equipment. We never heard anything official about their findings. The official report just cited unusual wildlife activity. I've thought about those months every day since then. Whatever this creature was, it wasn't just some animal. It understood technology. It recognized the importance of keeping our equipment clean and functioning. It showed problem-solving skills and what I can only describe as concern for our station's operation. The footprints we found over those months told an interesting story too. They always showed the same pattern: toes slightly splayed, deep heel impressions, about 17 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length never varied more than a few inches, suggesting it was the same creature every time. We also found occasional knuckle prints in the snow, suggesting it sometimes used its hands for balance in deeper snow. What really stays with me is the silence. Despite its size, it moved almost soundlessly. Even in deep snow, you could barely hear it walking. The only sounds we ever recorded were occasional soft grunting noises and what sounded like humming, yes, humming, while it worked. I've never experienced anything like this before or since. I'm not claiming to know what it was, but I know what I saw over those months. Something intelligent was out there, something that understood the importance of our work and chose to help us. I've been stationed at 3 different weather stations since then, hoping to see something similar, but I never have. Sometimes I wonder if anyone would believe me if I hadn't had 3 other witnesses and video evidence, which we were required to turn over to our supervisors. The whole experience has left me with more questions than answers. Why did it help us? How did it understand the equipment? Where did it go? But maybe some questions aren't meant to be answered. All I know is that during the winter of 2021 to 2022, something extraordinary happened at our remote weather station in Alaska, and I'll never forget it. Story 35. It started in early July 2020. With everything going on in the world, we were already pretty isolated on our 40-acre vegetable farm about 15 miles outside of Weaverville. At first, I thought we had a regular problem with produce theft. You know how it goes. Every farmer deals with it at some point. But this was different. I first noticed something was off when I went to harvest our heirloom tomatoes one morning. The plants had been perfectly pruned, and I mean perfectly. Someone had taken only the ripe tomatoes, leaving the green ones to mature. They'd even removed the suckers from the plants, which is a pretty advanced gardening technique. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. What really caught my attention were the old coins left behind. Right there, nestled in the soil near each harvested plant, were these tarnished coins. I picked one up, wiped off the dirt, and nearly dropped it when I saw the date, 1873. My hands were shaking as I collected the others. They were all old, really old, and in remarkably good condition. I called the local sheriff, but honestly, what could they do? Someone stealing your tomatoes but leaving valuable antique coins as payment? They thought I was nuts. That's when I decided to set up some trail cameras. I'd used them before to track mountain lions that sometimes came near our chicken coops, so I had good equipment, high-end Bushnells with night vision. The first few nights, nothing unusual showed up. But on July 12th, everything changed. I remember the date clearly because it was my daughter's birthday. I was reviewing the footage from the previous night when my coffee mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor. There, on my screen, was something I still can't fully explain. This figure had to be at least 7.5 feet tall. The night vision gave everything that greenish tint, but I could clearly see it was covered in thick, dark hair. But here's the thing. It wasn't acting like a wild animal. It moved with purpose, examining plants with what looked like actual knowledge of agriculture. I watched, completely frozen, as this creature methodically worked its way through our pepper patch. It would carefully examine each plant, gently turning the peppers, only picking the ones at peak ripeness. Its movements were deliberate, almost human-like, but with a grace that seemed impossible for something that size. The weirdest part? It was using proper harvesting techniques. It wasn't just yanking the peppers off, it was carefully cutting them with something, leaving clean cuts that wouldn't damage the plants. I've been farming for 25 years, and I've never seen anything handle plants with such care. That's when I started noticing the stone markers. Small cairns, maybe 8 inches high, appeared near different sections of our fields. They weren't random piles. They were carefully balanced, with smaller stones on top. Some were arranged in patterns that seemed to correspond with the moon phases. I know how crazy this sounds, but I swear every word is true. Over the next few nights I kept the cameras running. The figure returned 4 more times, always between 2 and 4 a.m. Each time it left those old coins. I collected them all, 23 in total. Some were Morgan silver dollars, others were coins I didn't recognize. A coin collector in Redding later told me some dated back to the California Gold Rush era. But what really gets me are the structures we found. Beyond the stone markers, we discovered what looked like carefully woven branches forming small shelters near the edge of our property. They were too small for the creature we saw, but they showed an intelligence in their construction that still haunts me. The branches weren't just piled up, they were intentionally woven together, using techniques that reminded me of traditional Native American construction methods I'd seen in museums. The part that really shook me happened on July 17th. I'd stayed up late, hoping to maybe see something in person. Stupid, I know. Around 3 a.m., I heard what I can only describe as singing. Not like human singing. It was deeper, more resonant, almost like whale songs, but different. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The temperature dropped noticeably, and every dog in the area went completely silent. The motion lights near our barn suddenly came on, and I saw it. Even through the gap in my kitchen curtains, I could tell it was massive. It moved with an upright gait that was undeniably humanoid, but there was nothing human about its size or proportions. The hair covering its body was thick and dark, with a slight reddish tint visible in the security lights. But its hands, I'll never forget its hands. They were huge but surprisingly slender, with visible opposable thumbs. It was using them to examine our raspberry canes, moving with the expertise of a master gardener. I stood there completely paralyzed as it worked. Even from 50 yards away I could smell a distinct odor, not quite unpleasant but strong and musky, like wet fur mixed with earthy mushrooms. The air felt charged, almost electric. Then it turned its head, and I swear it looked right at me through the window. I didn't see glowing eyes or anything like that, just dark, deeply set eyes that seemed to hold centuries of intelligence. That's when my phone, which was sitting on the counter, completely died. It had been at 80% charge, but suddenly went black and cold. The same happened to our Wi-Fi router and even my battery-powered watch. The motion lights flickered and went out. By the time power came back to everything about 10 minutes later, it was gone. The next morning, I found more coins and something else, an arrowhead that the local historical society later dated to approximately 200 years ago. It was placed carefully on top of one of the stone cairns, along with 3 perfectly ripe tomatoes arranged in a triangle. The visits stopped as suddenly as they began. The last one was on July 21st. By then, word had gotten around, and some local news stations were sniffing around for a story. I didn't tell them much. Who would believe it? But other farmers in the area started coming forward with similar stories. Some had been keeping quiet about it for years, thinking nobody would believe them. We still find those stone cairns sometimes, usually after full moons. The coins we found are kept in a safe deposit box now. I've had experts examine the footage, but they always say the same thing. Either it's an elaborate hoax, it's not, or they simply don't know what to make of it. I've spent countless hours researching since then, learning about local tribal histories and old settler accounts. There are stories going back generations about tall, intelligent creatures living in these mountains, helping lost hunters and leaving gifts. Some of the coins we found match dates when similar incidents were reported in historical records. The thing that stays with me most isn't the fear, though believe me, I was terrified. It's the feeling that we encountered something that understands agriculture and land management better than we do. Something that's been here far longer than any of us, quietly watching and maybe even trying to teach us. Our farm has had its best yields ever since those visits. The plants it tended to have grown stronger than ever. Sometimes, early in the morning, I look out at our fields and wonder if it's still out there, watching and waiting. Part of me hopes it'll come back. Part of me hopes it won't. But I'll never forget that summer, and I'll never look at farming or the wilderness around us the same way again.